Back in October of last year, I applied for a job as a hotel bellboy, and the interview came with some peculiar rules. I'd been laid off in August, like many others, and this opening came up in passing during a conversation at a bar. I was camping on a college friend's couch at 22. We decided to meet his girlfriend to get out of the house and have a drink with her old sorority sisters. The term outdoor in 50% capacity had been stretched to its limit in Hoboken. The only real change since the pandemic was that no one could sit at the bar and they put less tables on the floor, meaning seating was cramped. That's how I met Catherine. In the commotion, my group rushed to find seats with some friends we already knew. Catherine had been talking to my friend Jill when everyone scrambled to make room for us, and she hesitated to move during the seating shuffle. When everyone was settled, my roommate had stolen Jill away to another table, and Catherine was trapped with us. Catherine was a pretty blonde girl with big brown eyes and definitely one of Jill's sorority sisters. While conversation kicked up for our group, Catherine was quiet, obviously feeling kind of awkward and excluded. I guess she only really knew Jill, so I struck up a conversation with her to be polite. Of course, there's a limited number of topics near strangers are comfortable having with each other at first. Inevitably, I asked her what she did for a living. "I work at the Magnum," she said, as if I'd know what that was. To be fair, most of my friends who'd taken up business degrees and gotten jobs as analysts of some kind answered the question the same way. My biology major didn't lend itself to company names. When I asked, she explained it was a luxury hotel in the city. "I thought hotels weren't doing so well right now," I said. "It's the type of place with clients rich enough to rent out floors for 6 weeks," Catherine explained. "We kind of don't worry about rotating traffic. Pays well, tips are pretty good too. Biggest problem is the short staff since, you know." The giant unemployment elephant in the room all of us young workers refused to acknowledge hovered wordlessly between us. I spent the rest of the night talking to her about hockey, latching onto the fact that she was a Devils fan. I didn't really get desperate enough to consider hotel service until a month later when my already pathetic savings had dwindled to almost nothing and none of my other prospects had panned out in my field. I was staring down my last can of tuna and, though Brian hadn't asked, I knew I should be paying rent or moving out by now. I wasn't going to move in with my asshole dad, and my mom just sold her house to pay for her own hospital expenses. Money, any money, would do. I decided to take a chance and text Catherine, hoping she wouldn't be offended that this was the first time I was reaching out to her since we met. I got an automatic message back that I was texting a landline. I half assumed then that she gave me a fake number, one off from her cell or something. Part of me found that amusing. I called it, half expecting an automatic machine to tell me I'd connect to the moon in the rejection system. This would be a funny little anecdote to tell Jill if that was the case, and maybe a little concerning for my social skills. But no, 2 rings in, Catherine picked up. "Hello?" "Oh, hi," I said, stilted, shocked she was actually on the other side. "Catherine. This is Catherine, right?" Right about then, I realized I didn't remember her last name. From the bar the other night for Jill Delaney's sorority sister reunion. It's Jessie, by the way. Smooth as sandpaper. "Yes, I remember. You alright over there, Jessie?" "Yeah, I just didn't expect you to answer a landline." "Right," she said sheepishly. "I forgot that. They don't really let us use cell phones here, so I kind of fell into the habit of giving out people my work phone. Sorry. You can call me Kat, by the way." "Kat. Okay. You're working. I can call back, or you can call me back, or..." I heard myself making a bigger deal out of a simple question than it should be. "I had a question about your job, if you were still hiring. I mean the Magnum, like if it was still hiring." I was listening to myself nervously rattle off nonsense, wondering why I wasn't dropping dead from mortification yet. Somehow, after that mess, Catherine didn't immediately hang up. She even told me she'd ask the manager about potential openings. I didn't hear anything for 2 days after that and had almost forgotten about it when my friend Brian dropped a manila envelope on my lap. It was addressed to me, though I usually had my mail forwarded to my mom's in South Jersey. But there it was. When I opened it, there was a little introductory letter to me in type and textured paper. Dear Jesse Falks, your interest in joining the Magnum's hospitable team. We have been referred your information and believe that it may fit the goals of our hotel. We would like to extend an invitation to conduct a formal interview and further discuss your skills and qualifications in relation to further opportunities. Please arrive at the following address at no later than 10 a.m. sharp on Saturday, 10/10/2020. Before your interview, please be sure to study the following rules before arriving and to come prepared. Number 1. If you arrive by car, you may park on the east lot in any blue space. Do not park in the white or reserved spaces. These are for guests. Number 2. You will enter through the eastern entrance. An eagle in the bronze filigree on the door is the correct entrance should you not notice any signs. Number 3. If the door is open, walk in and proceed to step 3A. Number 4. If the door is closed, walk around to the south side entrance marked with a decorative woman and proceed to step 3B. Number 5. Please bring a printed copy of your resume. A. If you have arrived through the situation described in 2A, hotel staff will be there to greet you. Give the blonde attendant your coat and hat and other personal belongings, if you have either, and deposit any electronic devices on your person into the bin sitting on the accent table beside the mirror. B. If you have arrived through the situation described in 2B, you will be alone. Place your electronic devices likewise in a bin on the nearest accent table without a mirror in front of it. Leave your personal belongings including purses, handbags, backpacks, timekeeping devices, wallets, keys, papers, notebooks, books, pens, pencils, and hats on the chair beside the table. You may proceed with your coat. Number 6. Proceed to room 002N on the map provided. Please take the time to memorize both routes. You shall not be permitted to speak to staff or guests under any circumstances. A. Do not interact with the staff or diverge from the most direct route possible. Number 7. When arriving, knock twice. Enter when you hear 2 knocks in return. Number 8. If you arrived in situation 2A described above, sit in the chair to the left. If you arrived in situation 2B described above, sit in the chair behind the desk of your interviewer. In the unlikely event that all chairs are filled, stand in the left-hand corner. In the unlikely event that there is only one chair, stand in the left-hand corner. Number 9. If it is only you and the interviewer, you will introduce yourself first with the following phrase: "What a swell day it is to be out yonder. Lovely to meet you. I'm," your full name, "here about the position." If you entered through the situation described in 2B, however, you may introduce yourself as you please. Number 10. If there is anyone else in the room, you are to wait to be spoken to. If there is a woman in the room wearing green or a man with a feather in his breast pocket, do not speak to them no matter what they say to you. If there is a man in the room with a hat, look immediately to the floor and do not look up at him for the remainder of the time he's in the room. If there is a man wearing red in the room, do not say nor confirm your full name throughout the duration of the interview. When asked to speak in this group, the phrase you will say in turn to your interviewer: "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I am excited for this opportunity to become a part of the Grand's illustrious team." Number 11. The interview will be conducted at this time. Answer honestly all questions, barring the caveats mentioned above. Number 12. You are not to leave the room until dismissed. Number 13. Upon leaving, you will wait for any women in the room to stand and exit first. Do be sure to stand if they rise from their seats, and return to your seat when finished. If the man with a feather in his breast pocket is in the room, you will wait for him to dismiss you before leaving. Number 14. When exiting, you will leave through the east side entrance. And number 15. Discuss this list with no one. We're excited to meet you. Call with any questions or clarifications. The Magnum. I looked at the rules and flipped to the other pages in this packet. There was a map of the parking lot and first floor, contact information, clothing requirements, and an old-fashioned brochure listing benefits, responsibilities, and average salary of a bellboy, which was too good for what I expected to be a minimum wage experience. I think I'm being pranked, I told Brian, letting him read over the rules. Brian laughed and told me to toss it in the garbage or just frame it. It was garbage, yeah, but I knew the only person who would have tailor-made this garbage for me. I was flattered. Really, this was pretty elaborate, and I'll admit very detailed, down to the weathered look of the floor map. I went to text Kat, then remembered I still didn't have her cell. I called the landline instead to say thanks for the prank gift. I didn't send you anything, Kat said, sounding genuinely surprised. I thought it was funny, Kat. The rules list is kind of just dramatic, don't you think? Rules? Kat sounded confused over the phone, and then laughed. Oh, right. I forgot how weird they are when you start this job. What? I didn't send you anything, Kat said again. All I did was mention you to my manager, lied a bit, and said you had some experience in hospitality. It's not like this job is demanding. He asked for your name and address, and I know you live with Jill's boyfriend, so easy enough. Your name is Jesse Fulks, right? Yeah. He sent you a package, right? Lots of weird rules? If it is only you and the interviewer, you will introduce yourself first with the following phrase, "What a swell day it is to be out yonder," I read dramatically. Yep, Kat said, laughing a little. You're actually supposed to follow them. Seriously? I'm not going to remember all this trash, I said, not without a checklist or something. Hold on. Kat hung up and she didn't call back in a few minutes. She didn't call back until the next day. Hey, Jesse, Kat said. So, I asked around and I was right. You don't have to worry, it's always the same. The rules are overcomplicated. If you want, I can go over them with you, but essentially, you're supposed to follow the 2B rule set. That's it? Yeah. I felt the biggest weight lift off my chest then, thinking of having an income again. If these people wanted me to sing and tap dance, I'd learn the choreography fine. At the end of the day, I'd have the job and it's easier to hire someone than fire them. If this was all just a complicated hazing, fine. I asked Kat directly what lines I had to know for my play act of an interview. She started listing them off casually, but then sort of petered off. If you don't think you'll have it by Saturday, Kat said, a little hesitantly, I can come over and help you go over it. I grimaced. She was inviting herself over. Kat seemed sweet, and I wanted to think of it as a kind gesture, but this felt a little too above and beyond. I held the phone to my chest, panicking, looking for Brian to hiss my concerns at, but he was off at the gym. Suggest somewhere public, I thought to myself. How about we talk it over at, like, the park instead? Tomorrow? When do you get off work? I'm off at 6 tomorrow, actually. It'll be dark by then, I thought. Well, there's a coffee house nearby. We could meet at the Green. She agreed, and I hung up feeling pretty good about relocating it to somewhere impersonal. Brian laughed at me when I told him later, and I realized I probably made it sound like a date. Shit. The not date review of the rules was actually not as bad as I thought it would be. Kat seemed truly eager to get down to the business regarding what to do and when. She kept the list in her hand and made me recite each step. We ignored all the caveats and kept to the bare necessities of the path she and the other employees went through. And after you leave your stuff in the bin, But the jacket I can take. I chime in. When you get inside the room and sit in the back chair, you'll say, "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for this opportunity to become a part of the Grand's illustrious bullshit team." Catherine smiled wide, observing me with wide brown eyes. "You're hired?" she teased. I felt pretty alright about Saturday. The attire required was another hurdle, but not as bad as the others. Black pants, black shirt with a collar, black shoes, red tie. I had some slacks for my graduation and borrowed the shirt from Brian. Jill and I found a tie for $1 at a thrift store. I took the subway into the city and made it to the Magnum at sometime around 9:50. As Kat had promised, the east entrance was closed, which meant I was going around to the south entrance. The building itself looked like any other hotel I'd seen in the city. Tall, stone structures with filigree and crest that added some extra air of importance to the structure's existence. To add to that, it was right across from the park, but only 4 blocks from a Chipotle. Nothing in the city is above being neighbors with convenient fast food. Before I even got inside, however, everything kind of went sideways. The east side entrance was closed as it was supposed to be, but so was the south side door. The filigree of a woman stared back at me, refusing to budge. This was the south side. This was the door I was supposed to walk through. But I pulled on the handle, and it didn't open. I knocked and waited. No one came. I rushed immediately back to the east side door, half dreading that it was the open one. If that was the case, I was screwed. I only knew the rules for the B scenarios. But when I tried that door, it was just as locked as the other. The hell? I walked around the street looking for another entrance, but couldn't find one. It was soon 10:05, and I was wondering if something had gone wrong. So I did the only thing I could think of. I called Kat. She answered quickly enough. "What do you mean the door's closed?" Kat snapped. "It's Saturday, isn't it?" "Yeah, it is. You're supposed to be here. I saw it on Robert's schedule. Hold on, I'm coming down. Just go to the east side of the building and walk past the door into the alley. There's an employee entrance there. I can let you in. Just wait there." She hung up on me, and I practically sprinted back around the wide building. The alley she was talking about was the odd backing to an otherwise opulent building. The walls were flat, the dumpsters crowding both sides and half open, reeking with garbage. Even in the middle of morning, it was dark in that little crack of space. The door Kat mentioned was a bland gray door that looked severe and functional, completely detached from the gaudy facade that decorated the front. I paced up and down the chipped asphalt, dodging the glass chips and piles of crates. Then, the white door opened, and I turned at attention. But it wasn't Kat at the door. "What are you doing here, kid? You lost?" a man asked. He wore a trim red and black uniform and a little name tag that said Eddie. Instinctively, I would have answered no and babbled about being here for an interview, but I knew I wasn't supposed to be back here. This was off the interview script, and if this was my only entrance, I couldn't be shooed away from it. The new guy. Rob told me to come in this way today," I said, boldly dropping the name I heard Kat use. But I made an awkward gesture toward the door, trying to convey going through and hoping vague complications seemed like an understandable enough barrier. "Oh," he said, seeming to think my uncertainty was warranted. His thin lips pressed together tight, and he gave me an odd kind of look. He may have wanted to say something, but instead quickly shouldered a large garbage bag that had been laid at his feet behind him and held the door open for me. "Go on, then. He's got an interview or something today, so you can wait for him in the break room. 15E. I took the door from him and held it open in turn so he could take the garbage. "Thanks." Eddie nodded. His bag was dripping garbage slime, which is never pleasant, but he didn't seem bothered to have it hauled over his shoulder. When he walked it past me, there wasn't the lingering smell of garbage. but there was something like iron. He walked on, and I walked into the hotel, the door closing behind me. I looked down at the polished floor, and there were stains where the garbage bag had been. They were a little ruddy red-brown, like the kind you'd see on a counter or a cutting board after cutting up a steak. Expired meat, I thought to myself. I realized Eddie wouldn't take too long to throw out the trash, and I had to be out of sight by the time he arrived to not get caught. I sprinted down the hall, through a few sets of double doors, heading inward to the best of my approximation, hoping to hit a lobby or room numbers to guide my way. Soon enough, the tile floor turned to green carpet, and the ornate facade was back as I walked into the main rooms. I looked at the first door beside me, 025E. It wasn't where I was supposed to be, but it gave me an idea of where to go. Kat showed me a direct route on the map, so I knew I had to walk to the north wing first, which meant following E's numbers until they dwindled to 1 near the lobby, and then continuing on the way I would have if I entered through the southern entrance. I still had my coat and my phone, but this wasn't unmanageable. I could fake it. First things first, I had to get rid of my stuff. The hall was ornate, decorated with slim wooden tables and delicate golden electric lighting. There were pieces of ivory, jade, and copper art that looked expensive. I quickly removed my coat and my phone by 011E and kind of bundled both up and shoved it in a nice, wide porcelain vase. I wasn't about to lose a stupid interview over a technicality. I continued on, half afraid I was already lost, until I hit the first wall with a copper bust of some 1800s guy. Kat had mentioned it before. I was in the hall directly behind the lobby and standing directly behind the concierge desk now. All I had to do from here is turn left, or I would have if I was coming from the south side. Now, I just had to keep walking and I'd be there. I'd keep going, turning right at the women's restroom, and then 002N was on the right. As past the bust, 2 chatting women, dressed as staff, rounded the corner and spotted me. When they did, they went dead silent. They didn't slow down, but they stared, jaws falling a little slack at the sight of me. I tried to smile back, but they ducked their heads away and kept walking. One of the girls dropped something. It was heavy enough that they should have been able to hear the dull thud, but they rounded the corner instead of stopping. It was a key. I picked it up, and it was clearly an old-fashioned room key, not a card for an electric door, but a heavy brass key with a little tag that said 001. I backtracked a little, trying to catch their attention. They huddled closer together, walking arm in arm, whispering and giggling to one another. One threw her head back to sneak a glance at the empty hall and looked genuinely surprised to see me. I held the key up, showing her wordlessly what she left. She nodded and tossed her head to the side, as if saying, "Get going." But she raised her hand to her lips and turned her back to me, breaking into a run arm in arm with her friend. I turned the key over in my hands. This was the part of the hall I was supposed to walk into. The instructions said I wasn't supposed to talk to staff. Maybe she knew that. Maybe she was one of Kat's friends and was helping me out. Should I have left the key on the ground? Was this a part of this weird hazing? I half debated just leaving it on the floor, but it was in my hand anyway. I'd turn it into the guy at my interview and tell him what happened. Maybe that was the point of it. Finally, I found room 002N was where Kat said it'd be, the second to last door in a dead-end hall. The last door, 001, was propped open, slightly ajar. Inside, the lights were off, giving me only a glimpse of the carpet. I knocked twice on 002N like I was supposed to. "Come in," I heard from the other side of the door. I remained outside, at ease, knowing what Kat and I had rehearsed. "Hey, I said come in," the guy on the other side called, a little louder. I shifted a little, debating if I should knock again. No, 2 knocks. Kat had even rapped her knuckles against the table when we went over it. I was supposed to wait for 2 knocks. As I waited, I heard another noise just behind me from 001. The door squeaked on its hinges. When I turned, it was a little more open, but I still couldn't see much from my angle. I could hear something inside, though. Someone was moving around, scratching against the wall just across from me. I heard a voice, like an old man's, moan weakly. "Help," he said, his voice sorrowful and cracked. "Somebody, help." I don't know what made me weary. Maybe it was something in the voice. Desperate, yes, but a little too clear, like it knew I was there to hear it. Some instinctive part of me told me to stay put. Then, the groaning stopped, and there was a heavy thud, like a fist pounding the wall. I heard the man inside groan and shuffle again, slowly making his way down the length of the room, closer to the door. I knocked again at 002N. Hey, there's someone here," I called, only to be met with no response. The groaning crept closer to the door. "Help, Jess, help." I rushed to door 001, grabbed the handle, and slammed it shut. I didn't look inside, but I caught a waft of the smell. The pungent stench of a sewer on a rainy day came to mind, like something had died and rotted inside. Then, a hand reached out and grabbed my wrist and tugged. I was thrown back against the opposite side of the hall, and there was Kat, pulling the door closed. Room 001 shook as the thing on the opposite side threw its full weight against the door. Kat turned and looked at me, holding her hand out. "The key," she hissed. "The key." My hands were shaking as I fished into my pocket for the brass key. I hardly had it out of my pocket when Kat snatched it away and locked the door. Another powerful bang sent her stumbling back to the opposite side of the hall. It was then I heard 2 calm, controlled knocks behind me. I nearly jumped back to the other side before suddenly remembering this was 002N and I was waiting on them. I looked to Kat, who paused midway through fixing her blouse. Kat pulled me onto my feet and fixed my tie. "Don't worry about that," Kat whispered hastily. "Tell them you locked the door with no one's help. I wasn't here. Go." I practically threw the door open and sprinted in. 3 members of the hotel staff sat inside, all very composed and evidently confused by my heavy breathing and my no doubt priceless expression. "What's the matter, love? You look absolutely shaken," the woman behind the desk asked. I immediately shut my mouth, taking in exactly who was in the room and where. There were 3 people like Kat had warned me, but they weren't. They were more distracting than I expected. Kat told me to expect to see a man in a red vest, and I did since I'd stumbled into his chair. What I didn't expect was for him to be badly burned. A nasty pinkish scar ran up his neck, shriveling his chin, his ear, and his nostrils. One eye was permanently shut, and the other was crooked. The other was a woman who stood in the corner. She loomed over the chair next to the man in red, her sunken eyes fixed intensely on me. There's no other word to describe her other than intense. I felt like I was under scrutiny for how I moved and how loud my steps were as I passed her. She was very tall, so tall she had developed a hunch from years of bending her neck to look down at people. She said nothing to me, but her head turned, tracking me as I went. The last was the woman in green I wasn't supposed to speak to. She was sharply dressed and quite pretty, but was also the one sitting behind the desk where I expected my interviewer to be. I wasn't supposed to speak to her, wasn't I? That was the whole point Kat had drilled into my head. The one I wasn't supposed to worry about was the looming woman who twitched when I took my seat in the chair behind the desk. "Can I get you a glass of water, love?" the woman in green asked sweetly. "You're our 10 o'clock, aren't you? Jesse Fawkes?" "He's skinny," the tall one said, buggy eyes still set on me. Her pale tongue darted out to lick her lips. "Behave, Lori," the man told the tall woman. "Jesse, this is Lori Belaford, honorary front office manager," he said, nodding to the tall woman. He then gestured to the woman in green. "Frederica Sardi, the general manager of this hotel, and I'm Robert Strauss, chief concierge and hiring manager. You can tell us a little about yourself." It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for this opportunity to become a part of the Grands. I couldn't remember the stupid word used between this part. "Illustrious team," Frederica supplied. "Close enough, I'd say." The three of them chuckled a little. I looked at Robert. There's something in room 1 that... Robert held up a hand. "We'll get to that." "Okay." "Did you have any trouble finding the entrance?" Robert asked. No. Someone walked out when I walked in." "At which entrance?" "The east one." "Strange. I was sure both were locked," Robert said, looking dead on at me. He arched a brow, waiting for my input. When I provided none, he continued, "Why'd you lie?" I didn't have any trouble finding the entrance." "Do you know what was in the bag?" Lori asked, her voice pitched high and eager. "What bag?" Robert asked, looking confused. "The bag Eddie had," Lori said. I shook my head, too terrified by her gaze to really reply to her. Robert arched a brow. "You saw Eddie, the janitor?" "For a second," I said hesitantly. Robert and Frederica shared a look, but Frederica smiled. "It is an east side entrance." Robert cleared his throat and moved on. "Then you saw 2 girls drop a key to room 1. Why'd you keep it?" I wasn't going to keep it. I was going to give it to them when I came in, but then... "Room 1, the woman in green supplied." I almost answered in the affirmative, and then stopped myself. She smiled wide, amused to nearly catch me. "What'd you do?" Robert asked. I closed the door and locked it." "That's it?" "Yeah." "Why didn't you go into the room to see who was calling?" he asked. "I had a bad feeling." "And you weren't tempted to look, walk in, just see?" Robert asked. "That was a test, wasn't it?" I asked. "Are people supposed to look?" "If they don't want to be here," Lori said, with that wrinkled, overeager grin. "Does she upset you?" Frederica asked me suddenly, with a wicked grin. As she did, Lori's wrinkled face curled into a frown, and her eyes were still menacing, facing me. I wanted to protest, but I'm not supposed to speak to her. I started weighing how much I cared about the rules in a place already as twisted as this. "She does, doesn't she?" Frederica taunted. "Hear that, Lori? He thinks you're disgusting." Lori stomped forward and suddenly was looming over me, and I had nowhere to go but the back of my chair as buggy eyes glared further and further down into me. Then Robert cleared his throat. "That'll be enough, thank you." Lori and Frederica stood, and I stood as well as they both made their exits. I looked to Robert then. "What kind of place is this?" One that requires discretion, a good sense of memorization, and improvisation. I think you'll be a good fit here, Robert said, standing and walking over to the desk. He unlocked a cabinet drawer and pulled out some papers. He then drew a handkerchief and reached up, pulling up a piece of the skin at the top of his forehead. I nearly leapt up out of my seat as he started peeling the skin back. Holy! Robert kept pulling until half his face was removed, but there was no fleshy muscle beneath, just a regular half of a face. It was makeup. Burn makeup. Excuse me a moment, the prosthetics itch, but I'd like to make you an offer to sign on with us. It was all makeup, I asked. Part of the interview. The bag Eddie carried was meant to be suspicious, and Joe gets a kick out of scaring the new guys in room 1. See, like I said, this is a job that's unpredictable, and we look for a certain personality type. We try to learn it as quickly as possible. Robert wiped off the rest of the makeup with his handkerchief and looked like a normal man in his mid-40s. Most people break with Lori or forget the rules with Freddie. I looked dumbfounded from the door to him. That's it? That's the interview? Yes. Don't you want to ask me questions? Oh, I've learned about everything I need to know from you. The fact that you were able to find us and send a letter of inquiry to us at all is a start to let me know you know what kind of place this is. Following the rules and your reaction to our surprises for you tells me everything else I need to know. What kind of place do you work that you need to know how I'd react to a bloody bag and a guy moaning from another room? Robert straightened and smiled as if that was a question with the most obvious answer. We're a luxury hotel. Half our job is going about as if it's business as usual, but it's not. There's a lot of protocol to follow, and it requires you to know what to do in a lot of situations. Did you have anyone help you with the rules? No, I say as I rehearsed. I wasn't supposed to show them to anyone else. Also, an extreme part of this test. Good, Robert said. If you can't memorize and follow those instructions in the time we gave you, then you wouldn't be able to handle this job. But you were a natural. But you still have enough independence that you're not completely lacking in critical thought. You'll do well here. Listen, after all this, I don't even know if I want this job. Robert didn't say anything, just showed me the starting salary. This was the walk through fire, but I can guarantee if you sign on with us, so long as you stick to the rules, you'll be fine. The money was good. Really good. The first set of rules wasn't so bad. If this was some kind of weird promoting discretion, then fine. Joe and Eddie were a setup. I could keep my mouth shut. If they'd let me in and all I had to do was learn a routine, fine. So I took the job. It was better than anything I'd get in a lab, and in that moment things had gone from terrifying to completely lax. I signed a contract there and went home with a set of rules, a schedule, and a signing bonus. I was giddy, waving my check in Brian's face. Jill came by later, and I wholeheartedly thanked her too. Jill, I'm so glad you keep good friends, I said, as I tore into the new list of rules. What do you mean? Catherine. Who? Catherine. I still couldn't remember her last name. Your sorority sister. You were sitting with her. I work as a cell phone technician. You've probably seen videos on YouTube of some guy climbing to the top of a metal tower in the middle of a huge empty nothing. That's me. It's about the best job you can get where I live without a high school diploma, and the only real source of entertainment to boot. As a perpetual screw-up with an appetite for adrenaline, I was basically a star candidate. Really, the only two requirements are a basic level of physical conditioning and a complete lack of fear, both of which I have. Or at least I thought I did. 2 weeks ago, the company I work for, who shall remain unnamed lest the corporate overlords find this post, sent me out to a job site about 50 miles out of town. Rarely do I have to cross state lines, but the tower in question was about as far out of the way as it gets. Big one too. 400-something odd feet, meant to bounce signals all the way across the Appalachian Mountains from one sleeping mining town to the next. That suited me fine. I prefer working where prying eyes won't see me for one reason: base jumping. For the uninitiated, base jumping entails throwing yourself off of a big object with a parachute on. You know when you jumped off the roof of your house as a 10-year-old with a blanket and broke your ankle and your stepdad came out and beat you with a belt before he drove you to the hospital? No? Maybe it's just me. Anyhow, base jumping is basically the grown-up version of that. Minus the broken ankle and the beating, hopefully. Luckily for me, secluded cell towers happen to be the perfect place for this kind of hobby. The morning I was supposed to head out, there was a fine mist sinking down into the hollers around where I lived. The locals called it moonshine weather, which translates to stay the hell inside and get drunk instead of go to work. As tempted as I was to do just that, I'd been hoping they'd send me out that way for months, and I couldn't pass up this opportunity. I should have trusted my gut. Instead, I brewed myself a shitty thermos of coffee, threw my gear into the back of a shitty Jeep, and, well, you get the idea. I drove a few hours out to the site, fooling myself all the way that the weather would clear up soon and it would be a sunny climb all the way to the top. I'd packed my parachute along with my other gear. I used to bring a GoPro along until I realized that recording the sort of behavior that would give an OSHA rep an aneurysm probably isn't smart. I can be smart when I remember to. Anyway, I parked my Jeep outside the fence around the tower and typed the code into the electronic gate. Someone had strung razor wire over the top of it, but I doubted anyone visited much, and the wire was crumbling in places. I figured anyone who really wanted to wouldn't find it hard to bypass. My suspicions were confirmed as I drove past the tiny maintenance shed sitting on the corner of the lot and found every inch of the corrugated metal covered in graffiti. I admired it as I opened the padlock and retrieved one of the bulbs from inside. The work order said that this tower needed an aircraft warning light replaced. You know, those blinking red lights that let you know there's a giant tower out there in the dark. I took one from a dusty shelf and tucked it into my rucksack, threw on my climbing rig, checked my chute one last time, and started the climb. The start of a climb's always boring. One hand over the other, rung by rung. You're almost impatiently waiting for that thrill that comes with dangling hundreds of feet above the earth. Or at least I was. But you gotta pace yourself. A fall from 30 feet can be just as fatal as a fall from 400. And if I was gonna go out, I knew which one I'd rather take. Most of the time, you'll see tower climbers clipping a carabiner to each rung to fasten themselves in place as they go. I didn't bother with that, unless it's a windy day. It wasn't. In fact, the air seemed unnaturally still as I climbed. If I were a wiser man, I might have paid more attention to the prickle at the back of my neck, or the sense of foreboding in my gut. But as you've probably guessed, I am not. So I didn't. Instead, I chalked it up to coffee jitters and doubled my pace. Probably just needed to take a leak. You ever pissed off a 400-foot tall object? It's just as awesome as it sounds. I was around halfway up when I realized that the fog around me had grown more dense rather than less, which was strange. Usually, when you get a bit of height and the sun starts to burn away the mist, you can see just fine. Typically, it's all but gone by 2 p.m., leaving you free and clear to jump from the top. I'd already picked out a nice little meadow to the southwest of the tower where I could land and have an easy hike back to the Jeep. If I couldn't see it though, well, that'd be a problem. I'm not suicidal after all. It looked like my dreams were shattered for the day. The fog around me was so dense now that if I hadn't known better, I would have thought a storm was rolling in. But the weather forecast hadn't mentioned any chance of a storm, and there was still no wind. It was strangely silent, except for the dull ring of my boots on the rungs and my own breath in my ears. I paused to take a break around the halfway up. There are altitude markers painted on the cell tower, so you can mark how far you've come, and I just passed 150 feet. Clipping a carabiner onto the rung above me for the first time that day, I leaned back and stretched, enjoying the feeling of weightlessness. I glanced down, something the veteran climbers tell you never to do, and that's when I saw it. Down below me, shrouded in mist, a shape clung to the side of the tower. I say shape because I didn't get a clear look at it. Just a shadow, maybe 100 feet below, so far away that I couldn't really even tell if it was moving. The hell? Now, I know I'm not Shakespeare, but I doubted old Bill would have reacted any differently than I did. I mean, why would anyone be climbing a cell tower in backwoods Appalachia on a day like this? Anyone besides me, that is. My first thought was that it was one of the graffiti artists who, finding their skills limited by the canvas of the old maintenance shed, had grown the balls to climb the tower and add a little color to the gray steel. Good on them. Might make for a bit of an awkward meeting when they caught up to me, but I wasn't about to call the cops or anything. I even debated hanging around until they got a little closer, but decided against it. That was my first and only good decision that day. Probably the one that saved my life. I kept climbing, reasoning that if my fellow climber made it to the top while I was still around, I'd congratulate them on their courage and ask them nicely to paint over one of the lights so that the company would send me out here in a month or two and I could get my jump on. I reached the 200-foot mark and took another break, feeling the cold, wet air on my cheek, scratching under my thick beanie. The company tells you to wear a helmet, but I figure that at heights like this, I'd prefer my cranium to liquefy on impact if I fall. Quick and painless. I took another look down to see how my mysterious friend was doing. It was closer. I say it because it took my brain a few seconds to register that the thing climbing up the tower toward me wasn't human. It had closed the distance between us by a few dozen feet, and it was impossible to mistake. Its arms were too long, its body too short. I caught a glimpse of dark, glistening skin through the mist, a face twisting on a knobbly neck, two eyes that were pale and milk white, like an old man's cataracts. I blinked. It was still there. One long arm swung over the other with unnatural grace, a hand large enough to swallow the entire rung curling around steel. The hell? Now, I'm not superstitious, or religious, or philosophical, or political, or really anything at all. I'm a monkey-brained tower climber, and when I saw that thing that was following me up the tower, my monkey brain took right over. I scurried up the rungs, throwing caution to the wind, my brain trying to account for what I was seeing. Some kind of prank? A TV show, right? With an absolutely insane budget? A dozen half-hearted attempts at reason flew through my mind, each one as pathetic as the last. I climbed until I was out of breath, and my mind, looking for excuses and coming up empty, swung back around to, did I really just see that? I risked a glance down. The thing was still below me, and gaining. It climbed in eerie silence, not growling or snarling like a wild animal, just the quiet, fluid determination of a predator stalking prey. I caught a flash of movement, of a snub-nosed face, of naked skin, and a mouthful of black teeth. I'd given an old meth head some change once, and she'd flashed me a rotten grin full of teeth like that. There was only one way down now, and that was up. I climbed as quickly as I could, throwing caution to the wind. The 300-foot mark passed in a blur. 350. I was starting to flag, every breath burning in my lungs. I could taste copper in my mouth, and my eyes were blurry. I started to get clumsy. I missed a rung with my foot, almost falling. I clung there, terrified that I would feel long fingers close around my foot. I kicked the rings once, then managed to get my boots back in place and kept going. I reached the tower's uppermost platform. The trapdoor was locked, secured by a padlock. Of course it was locked. I tore a glove off with my teeth and let it spiral away, fumbling in my pocket for the key. Nothing. My entire body was seizing with fear. I unhooked the hammer on my tool belt and bashed the padlock. It came open, bouncing off my arm. I shoved open the door and hauled myself through, landing on the small platform at the top like a trout from a creek. Through the grates, I could see the thing right below me. It opened its mouth, jaw cracking, to reveal a mouth that was too wide. Inside that mouth was another mouth, and another, and another. I screamed. Well, I did my best with whatever air was left in my lungs. It sounded more like a whimper or a sob. I stood with my back to the top of the tower, watching as it moved half-hidden below me. I slung one leg over the railing at the edge of the platform and checked the straps on my parachute. The sky was gray in every direction. Nothing but endless, mind-numbing gray. Looking back, I feel as though I should have at least had some idea of where the sun was, but there was nothing. Just an endless field of twilight. I couldn't tell which direction I was facing, or where the meadow I'd planned to land in could be. I'd be jumping blind. Into the fog. No idea of where I was headed, or even how close I was to Earth. It was insane. It was my only option, though. As the creature lifted one glistening arm over the edge of the tower, ready to haul itself up after and grab me, I threw myself off. Normally, this is where I let out a whoop, revel in the feeling of the wind on my face, the weightlessness. This time I fell in silence, eyes full of freezing tears as the cold wind scoured my skin and hair. I had a pair of goggles slung around my neck to shield my face, but I'd forgotten to put them on. I seized the ripcord and pulled for all I was worth. There was a reassuring snap of nylon against air, followed by a bowel-loosening tug, and my feet kicked out in front of me. Thankfully, instinct took over, giving my overtaxed brain a break. I glanced up and over my shoulder, wind whistling in my ears, but I could see no sign of the creature above me. I hauled on the steering lines, straining to see any sign of the ground below. There was nothing. A few moments passed. Then I caught sight of a tree spearing through the mist. Another followed, then another, and then I was sailing between them, branches slapping my face, battering my arms and legs. I flew free of the trees and straight into the side of the fence at the base of the tower. Razor wire slashed my hands as I struck the top of the fence with enough force to knock the wind out of me. I fell backward, landing in the dirt, shredded nylon billowing down to cover my face. I struggled free from the remains of my chute and unbuckled the pack, leaving it all in a heap by the fence. I limped for the Jeep. Above, I could see no sign of the creature, I hauled the door open and started the engine, praying that the faulty spark plug I'd been meaning to replace for months would do me this one last solid. The engine sputtered to life. Something flew overhead. A blur. I caught sight of long limbs spread wide, of membranous wings billowing in the sky. Eyes locked on mine as the predator glided silently overhead, banking, turning toward me. I threw the Jeep into reverse, tires spinning in loose dirt. My head bounced off of the headrest as I crashed through the gate. Then I was off, jostling down the gravel-packed road. I didn't stop driving until I reached home. Autopilot must have kicked in because I drove myself to the ER. They must have thought I was some kind of crazy person. They had to peel my fingers from the bloody steering wheel before they could get me inside. It's been 2 weeks now, and the stitches across my arms and hands are only just healing. I'll have the scars for the rest of my life. I'm writing this with the doors locked, and my stepdad's old 12-gauge leaned against the desk next to me. I should get a dog. Maybe 2. The mist is back, and somehow the mountains just don't seem as safe as they used to. The screen of my phone just lit up. A text from the company. Another job. Another site. I don't think I'll answer. My name is Oliver, and I joined the circus because I thought it'd be easy money. I'd been working carnivals since I was 17. Not the fun kind with clean lights and smiling families, but the back-end stuff. Loading crates, fixing generators, chasing off drunk teenagers trying to sneak in without tickets. Greasy fair food, crooked rides, long hours, no benefits. It wasn't a career. It wasn't even a job most of the time. You just drifted from one town to the next to guys who didn't like to talk about what they'd done before they found themselves elbow deep in mechanical snakes or rigging up tilt-a-whirls in the rain. I didn't have a plan. I told myself I was just doing this until something better came along. I used to carry books in my duffel, old paperbacks I found at thrift stores. I'd read them between shifts, or when the rides were slow. Sometimes, I'd sit on top of the funhouse roof with a sandwich and read until the sun went down. Made things feel normal, like I was still part of the real world. I liked nonfiction, science stuff, history, odd facts. I'd underline words I didn't know and look them up later, write them on napkins or scratch paper and try to remember them. I told myself I might go back to school someday, take, night classes maybe. My dad always said education was the only thing you could carry without a bag. But that was before the recruiter came. It was late summer, and I was doing loadout at a washed-up fairground outside of Reno. A storm had blown through the night before, and half the tents were half collapsed in the mud. Everyone was tired, irritated, and broke. We'd just gotten stiffed on our last paycheck, and the boss had vanished. Again. And that's when I saw him. Red coat, black slacks, polished shoes that didn't sink into the mud like everyone else's. He was just standing by the fence, hands behind his back, like he was waiting for someone. He watched me for a long time before calling me over. Said he was hiring for a traveling circus. Said they needed labor. Stage hands, security, whatever. Said they paid cash at the end of every night. No strings, no contracts. Just show up, work, get paid. I didn't ask too many questions. And that was my first mistake. I packed my stuff, and I left with him that night. There wasn't much to pack. Just my duffel, the clothes I'd been wearing, and a backpack full of dented paperbacks. I didn't tell anyone goodbye. Didn't have anyone to tell. It felt, just like another job, another town, just another tent to set up and tear down. And maybe it would have been. if it were any other place. But nothing about this circus was normal. They called themselves Circus de Freak. I still remember the first time I saw it. We were driving through the desert in a rented van, just me and the guy in the red coat. He didn't talk much, just hummed sometimes under his breath and kept his eyes on the road. I fell asleep at some point. When I woke up, we weren't on the highway anymore. There was a big open field ahead, and the tents were already standing, striped black and gold, stretching out in all directions like they'd been there for years. I hadn't seen anyone set them up. There weren't any tracks or trailers, just tents and a few old-fashioned wagons. And that was when I started to feel it. Something off, like I'd stepped into a place that wasn't supposed to be found. But I pushed the feeling down. I needed the money. I needed a place to sleep. And the guy in the red coat had already gotten out of the van and started walking, so I followed. The man in the red coat turned out to be the ringmaster. Everyone just called him that. Nobody ever asked for his real name, and he never offered it. The only clue anyone ever had were the initials AB, stamped at the bottom of the supply checks when someone went into town for food or fuel. The only thing I knew about him then was that he ran the whole show himself. Every tent, every act, every performer. He never yelled, never rushed, never looked tired. He'd walk through the grounds every night before the crowds came in, checking the ropes, the lights, the props. He wasn't like anyone I'd ever worked for. Most bosses at carnivals were loud, always chewing on a cigar or barking orders while pretending they were part of the action. The ringmaster didn't need to raise his voice. When he spoke, people just listened. The older workers treated him with a kind of careful respect. Some of them said they'd been working under him for decades, though he didn't look old enough for that to make sense. I figured they were exaggerating. My first night there, he handed me an envelope with my name on it, Oliver, written in neat handwriting. Inside was a folded bill and a small silver pin shaped like a crescent moon. You wear it when you work. It tells the others you belong here, like family, he said with a smile. After the show ended that night, I saw him again. He was walking down the rows of tents, stopping by each worker, pressing money into their palms, the same quiet way he'd done with me. Nobody thanked him out loud, but everyone stood very still while he passed. It was like some kind of nightly routine. When he reached me, he nodded and handed me another folded bill. His hand felt dry, and his cologne smelled faintly like burnt sugar mixed with something else. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was late, and I was too tired to care about fancy perfume. The circus itself was unlike any show I'd ever seen. It didn't have a fixed address. One night, we'd be in an empty lot on the edge of a city, and the next we'd wake up surrounded by farmland or on an old fairground that looked abandoned for years. We'd set up after sundown, perform through the night, and by dawn, we'd be gone. The posters always looked the same no matter where we went. One night only, witness a heart-stopping performance. Someone always managed to get the word out fast. Crowds came. No tickets, no entry fees. Everything was free until 6 in the morning. That was the rule. My job was simple. I helped set up tents, carried boxes, repaired wiring, handled spotlights when performers needed it. Sometimes, I swept sawdust or held ropes for the acrobats. Nothing hard, but the schedule was strange. We'd start at sunset and end right before sunrise. No clocks anywhere. Only the ringmaster seemed to know the time. Paid us every night, always in cash, always exact. No one got shorted, no one got overpaid. There were no ledgers or receipts, just those neat envelopes with our names on them. A few of the older workers said they tried to ask him about taxes or contracts once, but they stopped bringing it up. The circus didn't have an address, a manager, or even a record online. Just appeared. And the audience didn't seem to care. They came dressed in their best clothes, laughing, eating caramel corn, never there. Sometimes, when we were setting up in a new town, I'd look at the ringmaster and wonder how long he'd been doing this. He didn't seem to age, not in the way people do. His face looked the same every night, his suit always pressed, his gloves spotless. The older performers claimed he'd looked exactly like that since the day they met him. I didn't want to know the truth. My dad used to say, never look too close at a man who only deals in cash. I figured this was one of those times. And it wasn't a bad life, really. A bed to sleep in, food every night, steady work. For someone like me, that was enough. Or at least it was for a little while. Over time, I started picking up on rules. Not the kind you find in an employee handbook. There wasn't one. But the kind people learn quietly by watching. You notice things if you paid attention. Certain tents stayed closed between shows. Certain performers didn't like to be looked at too long. Some names weren't spoken out loud. Some corners of the grounds were avoided altogether, even when the wagons were tight on space. Nobody told me any of this straight out. It was more like you just knew when to step back, when to keep your voice down, when to look away. If you didn't, you learned fast, or you wouldn't last. Wasn't like the old carnival jobs. There, people were rough, sure, drunk, weird, sometimes dangerous, but they were still people. This place wasn't like that. Circus de Freak wasn't a circus full of strange people. It was a circus full of monsters. And there were rules if you wanted to survive it. Rule number 1. Never fall in love with a mermaid. This isn't the most important rule, it's just the first one I learned. I'd been with the circus for maybe 5 days when I saw him. 4 mermaids in a long tank behind the freak show tent. The tank's built low into the ground and stretches along the back like an old swimming pool, only deeper. It's got these curved glass sides, thick as a brick wall, and the water is greenish with floating strands of something like seaweed. If you walk around the back of the tent, you'll hear them before you see them. Slow, echoing splashes, like something shifting just under the surface. They're beautiful. I won't lie about that. They look like something pulled out of a dream, or a magazine ad from 100 years ago. Pale skin, smooth and cold-looking, long black hair that floats behind them like it's always caught in a current. Their tails are dark silver with flashes of blue, like wet coins. Their eyes don't blink, and when they look at you, it's like they're seeing something far away, or maybe seeing through you altogether. A lot of the new guys stare, it's hard not to. They press their faces to the glass, maybe toss in some leftover food from the crew tent, crust of bread, sandwich scraps. The mermaids will look up, move close to the surface, and sometimes they smile. It's not a big smile, just a soft little expression, like they're thankful, like they're gentle. One of them, the smallest one, with white scars down her left arm, even waved at me my first night. That's how they get you. They know how to look harmless. They know how to make you feel like they need something from you. kindness, protection, whatever you want to believe. The ringmaster was the one who told me the truth. I'd asked him offhand why they weren't part of the main show. He laughed and said, "The real show happens after hours, if someone can pay for it." I didn't get it at first. I thought maybe they sang or danced, or something private for high-paying customers. Wasn't until the second week that I saw one of the men disappear. He was some businessman, fancy coat, shiny shoes, smelled like cologne and liquor. The kind of guy who laughed too loud at his own jokes and looked past you when you talked, like you weren't worth his time. Rumor had it, he ran some seedy business out of Vegas and was in town for vacation. He'd been tried more than once for animal abuse too, according to the papers anyway, but always got off somehow. I saw him earlier that evening at the front gate, kicking a stray dog out of his way and calling it a stupid mutt, like it had personally offended him. He came in late, after the lights had gone down and the public had gone home. I saw him slip behind the freak show tent with a rolled up wad of bills and a grin. The ringmaster followed him in, and nobody saw the businessman come back out. The next morning, I was sweeping the gravel along the main path when I saw something strange in the mermaid tank. First, I thought it was just rocks. Then I looked closer. There were bones under the plants. Actual bones. Ribs, finger joints, a jaw half hidden behind a curtain of green. Coins glittered between them like decorations. I asked one of the rigging crew, a guy who'd been with the circus for years, if I was seeing what I thought I was. He just nodded and said, "They eat people. Thought you knew." Then he went back to tightening bolts like it was nothing. And that was when it really hit me. This was not a regular place with strange people. It was a place for real monsters. And the ringmaster, he didn't stop it. In fact, he sold it. He called it special time. Visitors who could pay enough were given private access to the tank. Most of them thought it was something romantic, something exclusive, an hour with a beautiful creature. I think maybe they believed it was some kind of exclusive show, or maybe a photo op. But the mermaids weren't interested in conversation. They waited. They pressed their faces to the glass, quiet and lovely, until the door opened and the humans stepped inside. Then they pulled them into the water. Fast. One sharp splash and the person was gone. If they screamed, nobody heard. Or maybe nobody wanted to. The tank is deep. Deeper than it looks. It's designed that way, so the body sinks fast, so the feeding stays out of sight. People ask about the missing guests sometimes, especially the rich ones who come in late and never leave. The ringmaster always has an answer. He says it plainly, and nobody questions him. Somehow, he always knows who'll be missed and who won't. He has a soft spot for animals. He feeds the strays behind the tents, and he once helped a wounded fox without saying a word. But he doesn't feel the same way about people who step onto his circus grounds thinking they own the place. Especially the greedy ones. He says people like that spend their lives eating everything around them. Resources, opportunities, people. So when the mermaids drag them under, he calls it fair. They eat, and then they get eaten. That's how the ringmaster sees it. Nobody argues. Yeah, so that's rule 1. Never fall in love with a mermaid. Look, they They don't love you, okay? They're just hungry, starving. Every time I pass their tank now, I look away. I don't wave, I don't feed them. I don't meet their eyes. That's what they want. And if you're the type of person who starts thinking, maybe you're different, maybe they won't hurt you, maybe they love you, well, that's the kind of thinking that gets your bones stacked under seaweed like the rest of them. The rules aren't all bad. Some of them can even work in your favor if you pay attention. In fact, this next one, you might actually like it. There's someone here on the circus grounds you should meet, especially if you're ever in a bind about your future. Rule 2. Do talk to the madam if you have the time. She's easy to miss if you don't know where to look. Her tent is small, purple, and set back past the doctor's trailer, little off the main path where the grass grows taller. Most people pass it without noticing. There's no sign out front, no lights, no music, just a wooden post with a hand-painted crescent moon on it. Inside, it's quiet. The air smells like old tea leaves and wax. No mirrors, no stage tricks, no glowing fog machines like the rest of the circus. Just shelves of jars, stacks of books, and her crystal ball on a table in the center. And inside that ball is the Madam Rose Murda, the resident fortune teller. She's a floating head. Just that. A round, pale face inside the glass, blinking slowly, like she's in no hurry at all. Her hair floats gently around her cheeks like it's underwater. Her eyes follow you when you move. She used to be an innkeeper in some far-off place, a town of witches or something like that. She never gives many details. Says she took in the wrong guest one winter and ended up like this. Now, she tells fortunes for a living, reads people's thoughts when they walk through her tent, and hands out advice whether you ask for it or not. But she's kind. Madame Rose Murta always remembers my name. She calls me Ollie in this warm, familiar voice, like I'm her grandson or some neighbor kid she used to babysit. The first time she said it, I almost corrected her. Told her it was Oliver, but I let it go. Felt nice, like something I hadn't heard in a long time. Her tent is one of the few safe places on the circus grounds. It's the only place I can sit down without looking over my shoulder. Nobody bothers you there. None of the creatures come poking around, and the ringmaster never steps foot inside. Nobody knows why. Some say they had a falling out years ago. Others think he's just afraid of her. Either way, he keeps his distance, and that's good enough for me. I go there when I need to think. This time, she didn't even wait for me to say hello. Ollie, when are you gonna leave this place and do something with your life? She said, before I'd stepped all the way inside. I laughed and dropped into the wooden chair across from her table. The legs wobbled a little, like always. Yeah, nice to see you too, Rose Murda. She smiled, slow and wide. Her teeth were small but sharp. Don't dodge the question. Well, you're still here, I began. If it's so bad, why aren't you out there doing something with your life? I said. She tilted slightly in the glass like she was shrugging. Oh, I've got a debt to pay. The kind that can't be settled with money. But you, Ollie, you're free, she said. I didn't say anything right away. I scratched at the edge of the table with my fingernail and looked around the shelves. The jars were labeled in a language I couldn't read. One of them had something floating in it that looked like a pickled bat. I've just never made this much money before, especially not for doing work like this. It's not hard stuff. I set up the lights, I haul crates. It's simple, I said finally. She nodded. That's how it starts. Looks easy, feels good. It promises a way out. Then one day you wake up and realize it's not a job. It's a trap. I'm not trapped, I replied. Rose Murda didn't argue. She just looked at me, quiet, waiting for me to keep talking. Look, I've worked worse jobs, okay? This place is strange, yeah, but it's steady. I eat, I sleep, I get paid in cash. And I don't have to deal with the outside world. No landlords, no bosses breathing down my neck, no resumes or uniforms or fake smiles. I know it's weird, but it's simple, I said. She didn't blink. Pain likes to disguise itself as comfort. You should remember that. I gave her a look. Do you always have to talk like it's the end of the world? She grinned. That's my job, dear. I'm your elder and a resident fortune teller. You'd be a fool not to listen to the floating head in the crystal ball, Ollie. I couldn't help but smile. I can't argue with that. I looked down at the ball, and for a second, her face looked older, more tired, and I briefly wondered how many people like me she'd given that same advice to, and how many of them actually followed it. I don't even know where I'd go, I began. It's not like I have people waiting for me anywhere. I don't have a home, I don't even have a car. Nobody checks on me. The outside, it's not exactly begging me to come back, I admitted. She smiled again. You don't need a map, just a decision. And we sat in silence for a while after that. There wasn't any sound in her tent, except for the soft ticking of an old clock somewhere. I didn't want to look at it. I knew if I stayed too long, I'd start to agree with her. Before I left, she gave me the usual warning. This place makes promises, big ones. Tells you it can take the pain away. It says you'll earn your freedom if you just keep working. But freedom doesn't come from working for people like him, she said. Yeah, I know, I replied. Do you? Because most people don't realize they're trapped until the doors are already locked. I stood there for a second. Then I gave her a small smile. You want anything from the bakery tent? I think they've got those croissants you like. Her eyes brightened. That's my alley. Yeah, don't forget the flaky crust this time. Not the dense ones, those are an insult. I would never, I said, already turning to go. She didn't press the issue again. She didn't have to. I heard her voice behind me, light and fond. Come back when you're ready to talk properly, she said. I lifted a hand in a lazy wave and stepped outside. Rule number 3. Never stay for too long. Most people don't realize they've stayed for too long till it's already happened. That's how it works here. Slowly, little by little, things start to feel comfortable. You get used to the noise at night, the strange faces, the long hours. At first, everything is new and strange, but eventually it feels like routine, like home. That's how they get you. I've heard it called different things. The hooks, the charm, the lull. But the real name is an infernal contract. That's what the old book says. It's a deal. You get something you want, something big. And in return, the circus takes something from you. Sometimes it's obvious. Sometimes you don't even notice until years have passed. Then one day you look up and you realize the door has been shut behind you for a long time. For me, it was money and belonging. I've always felt like an outsider. I was the weird kid in school who liked books and never spoke up. I worked bad jobs for years where nobody even remembered my name. I was always just passing through, never worth much to anyone. But here, people knew me. People needed me. They called me Ollie, laughed at my jokes, saved me a plate at dinner. For once in my life, I felt like I was a part of something. And I was getting paid a lot better than I ever had. 3 times what I'd made working double shifts at the county fairgrounds. It's not just the money, though. It's the idea that maybe this place is a stepping stone. I start thinking, what if I just stay a little longer? Just until I've saved up enough to go back to school. Just until I can afford a place of my own. Just until I figure out what comes next. That's the trap. It starts with logic. You tell yourself it's smart. You tell yourself it's temporary. Feels good. You're eating hot meals. You got a roof, a bed, a name. You're not just some extra on the sidelines. You matter. And the more you tell yourself you're doing it for the future, the more you start to believe it. But this place doesn't want you to leave. The circus runs on these contracts, not written ones, but real ones, tied to something darker. The kind of deals devils used to make in old stories. A gift for a price. And the longer you stay, the deeper in you go. Some people here used to have lives outside, families, dreams. You ask them now, and they don't even remember what they were saving for. They just remember the day they stopped thinking about leaving. I still think about it. Most days, at least. I still think I'll get out eventually. I'll pack up my duffel, take the cash I've saved, and head for the nearest city. I'll find a small apartment, register for night classes, maybe buy a cheap couch. Something normal. But there's a part of me that wonders if I've already stayed too long. Madame Rosemerda warned me. She said the circus makes big promises, that it starts out feeling like a second chance. Then it sinks in its teeth. By the time you realize what you've given up, it's already yours no longer. And yet I'm still here. The ringmaster found me alone near the edge of the grounds, standing behind the generator wagon with my hands in my pockets. The sky was still dark, but the sun was close. Just enough light to make the tents look faded and worn around the edges. He didn't say anything at first. Just walked up in that quiet way of his and stood beside me, his red coat sharp against the gray morning. He held his top hat in one hand, the other tucked behind him, like always. I didn't look at him right away. I kept my eyes on the tents, on the dim glow of lanterns being taken down one by one. The mermaids ate someone new last night. Poor fellow practically dove in. Hardly made a sound. We're bringing in werewolves with the next shipment, too. The crowd's been asking for something a little wilder, he said. He adjusted his gloves, brushing a speck of dust from the cuff, and smiled like it was just good business. I didn't answer. He stepped forward, just enough to look at me directly. His face was pale, clean, without a single crease or blemish. He looked like he'd been carved from something hard and cold, but he smiled all the same.
I hope you're settling in. People seem to really like you, Ollie. You're useful. Steady hands. No complaints. Easy to work with. That's rare around here, he said.
I didn't come here to stay forever, I replied.
No. You came for my money. But tell me, when was the last time somebody called you by name before this? He asked.
I didn't have an answer for that.
You're one of us. A circus freak. Through and through. That's not a bad thing. This is a place for people just like you. People who don't quite fit in anywhere else, he said, with grand outstretched arms like he was headlining another show.
He turned and looked back at the rows of tents. A few workers were still packing things up, dragging ropes, hammering stakes loose.
So what if we kill people? Most of them deserve it, don't they? The greedy, the cruel, the careless. The circus never eats more than it needs to, he said, looking out over the tents. Then he turned to me and smiled. His lips pulled back just enough to show a row of jagged, yellowed teeth. Out there, you're just another boy in a line. But here, you're part of something that matters. A family, he said. He said it like it was a kindness, like he was offering me a home. But I'd seen too much. I'd seen bones at the bottom of the mermaid tank. I'd seen people disappear behind tents and never return. I'd seen what happened to those who stayed too long, chasing promises that turned to chains. This place isn't right, I began. It's not home, and it's not even real. He didn't argue. He didn't try to stop me or change my mind. Instead, he gave a little bow, low and elegant, and set his top hand gently on his head. Well, perhaps one day we'll see eye to eye. Until then. He opened his arms, as if presenting the tents around us. Welcome to the Circus de Frick. We're happy to have you as part of the family, he said with a flourish. Then he walked off, slow and easy, back into the winding paths of the camp, disappearing behind a line of wagons. I stayed there for a while, listening to the last few crates being locked, the footsteps of tired workers heading for the bunks. On my way back, I passed the main poster again. It was nailed to a crooked wooden board near the front gate, the paper slightly curled from dew. The same design as always, black and gold lettering, bold and dramatic. One night only, witness a heart-stopping performance. Below that, in the tiniest font you can imagine, barely visible unless you're really looking, it said, "Free until 6 a.m. After that, you must pay a price equal to all you've consumed." I stood there longer than I meant to, just staring at it. My dad used to tell me there's one piece of advice that never gets old. No matter where you end up in life, always read the fine print. Well, it took me 6 years to get out. 6 years of working quietly, keeping my head down, doing just enough to be useful, but not enough to be missed. 6 years of saving every dollar, mapping every exit, and pretending I didn't see what I saw. There was a murder, a bad one, the kind I'll explain some other time. And that was the night I knew I couldn't stay any longer. I packed light, didn't say goodbye. Just took my duffel and walked until the lights of the circus disappeared behind me. My boots carried me across 2 counties before I even thought about stopping. And even then, I didn't sleep. The circus doesn't chase you when you leave. That's the trick. It just waits. It knows most everyone comes back. But I'm not coming back. I'm writing this now in the back of a freight train. Car smells like rust and grain. It's quiet, except for the clatter of the tracks. I've tucked this journal behind some crates, wedged between 2 boxes marked for delivery. I don't know who will find it. Maybe nobody will. But maybe it'll be someone like me. Young, broke, tired, and looking for something that feels like a home. If that's you, if you're reading this, I'm begging you to get out while you still can. You'll see the poster. It'll say what it always says. One night only, witness a heart-stopping performance, free until 6 a.m. That part's true. But there's the rest. There's that tiny print. After that, you will be required to pay a price equal to all you've consumed in body, in spirit, or in soul. A week ago, I got a letter, handwritten in dark blue ink, folded into a purple envelope that smelled like incense and bakery butter. No stamp, no return address. I still don't know how it found me. It was from Madame Rosemurda. She said her debt is finally paid. She didn't say how. She just said she's opening something new. A little shop behind a gas station on a desert road halfway across the country. She said she needs someone to fix the lights and sweep the porch and keep her company when things get slow. I'm going. I don't know what I'll find there. Maybe cobwebs and places Rosemurda can't reach. But it's better than staying one day longer in a place that never meant to let me go. If you're smarter than I was, you won't go looking for the circus. Especially not this one. You won't try to prove you're different. You will listen to the ones who barely made it out. And if nothing else sticks, remember the rules at least. They're simple. Don't fall in love with a mermaid. Talk to fortune tellers if you have the time. And never stay too long in places you don't belong. Some people, like the ringmaster, will promise you the world. Lights, laughter, a place to belong. Just make sure you know what it will cost.
Hey, huge thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to support me on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you enjoyed the story, and have a good night.
My name is Rory, and I work at a junkyard. Not the kind with forklifts and uniforms and clipboards. This is the kind where you have to check for raccoons before you open the fridge. And by fridge, I mean the half-buried '89 whirlpool near the tire fire pit. I've been here about 8 months, long enough to know where the soft spots and the mud are, long enough to stop caring what's dripping from the top of the washing machine pile. Before this place, I didn't last anywhere for more than a few weeks. Diner jobs, warehouse gigs, stocking shelves at a place that sold fireworks and taxidermy under one roof. All of them had clocks, and I hate clocks. But this? Hauling scrap? Sorting brass from copper and trying to guess if a thing's valuable or just old and weird. That I can do. No dress code, no real hours, and nobody bothers you out here. Except Baker. Baker owns the place, or his family does. He says it's been in their name since before the road got paved, which is not impressive. But he's alright. Big guy, loud shirts, always smells faintly like kerosene and old pennies. Spends most of his time poking around the far corners of the yard, looking for something he calls a score. Every time he finds something with a bit of rust and a story, he yells out, "Another man's trash." Then he waits for me to say the second part. "Is still trash," I reply. He laughs every time like it's new. And I think that's his way of trying to make this place feel like, a kingdom instead of a pile. He's got a whole trailer full of stuff he's curating. Looks like a flea market threw up in there. Clocks that don't tick, fans with no blades, porcelain baby dolls with glassy little eyes. The junkyard's out past the town limits, where the woods start closing in, and nobody locks their doors because nobody really comes this way. The ground's uneven, and sometimes things go missing in the piles, or show up where they weren't before. Baker says it's raccoons. I say it's raccoons with a crowbar. Every second Sunday, this priest drives out here in a rickety old sedan, comes with holy water and a bucket, blesses the grounds, mutters a few words in Latin. Then he sits with Baker on the porch of the trailer, slipping something that's not communion wine. I asked once why he comes. Baker said, "Well, some places are magnets for the stuff folks don't want to carry anymore." Got my own cot in the back of the parts shed, little burner to make beans and coffee, and a radio that only plays local stations when the wind's just right. It's not much, but it's the longest I've ever stayed anywhere. So far, I've learned a lot about Baker and what he does with my time here. Baker's been running the place since his dad passed, but the junkyard's been in the family for a long time. He told me once it started as a dump site after the war. Folks didn't know what to do with old metal or broken machines, so they just dragged it out of here and left it. Eventually, people started dropping off everything else too. Cars, beds, TVs, even things like bathtubs and statues. Now it's a maze of piles, all stacked up with things people didn't want anymore. Some of it's worthless, but Baker swears there's good stuff if you know where to look. He thinks of himself like a prospector, always digging through rust to find something valuable underneath. He says you can tell a lot about a person by what they throw away. I don't know about that. I mostly just move stuff. My job is more basic. I haul things from one place to another, sort metal into the right bins, cut parts off broken cars, stack tires, clean up anything that might catch fire, and load or unload the truck when people drop things off. It's heavy work, but keeps my hands busy. Some days are slower than others, especially if it rains or the ground gets too soft. On those days, we fix up tools or rearrange the piles to make more room. People still come by sometimes, though not a lot. Mostly older guys looking for parts, or scrappers trying to make a few bucks. Sometimes weird people show up, folks with long coats or weird accents, asking for something unusual. Baker deals with them. I try not to look too close at the stuff they bring in or take out. There's a rule we don't touch the northwest corner of the yard. Baker just calls it the back lot. It's fenced off and overgrown with weeds. Every time I've asked him about it, he just says, family history. That's all. One time, I saw him go back there alone with a shovel, but he didn't say anything, and I didn't follow. Our setup's simple. Baker lives in the trailer at the center of the yard. It's got a porch, a radio, a couple of lawn chairs, and one of those tiki torches he thinks keeps bugs away. I sleep out back in the shed where we keep the parts. There's a cot, a shelf, a single bulb, and a curtain for a door. He pays me in cash at the end of every week and lets me keep whatever change I find in the junk. Once, I found a gold ring wedged inside an old couch. He let me keep it. I traded it for boots. Baker's all right. He talks a lot, especially when he's excited about something he found. He's always in a good mood, even when nothing goes right. Sometimes he brings me lunch from town. Sometimes we just sit and listen to the radio after work. He tells stories about things he's seen or people who used to live around here. I think most of it's made up, but I let him talk. Makes the place feel less quiet. I've got strange stories about this place. Not the kind Baker tells. His always end with a laugh or some lesson about trusting your gut. Mine are different. You want to hear one? Alright, this one's about my first day and the plastic monkey that almost bit my hand off. Well, my first day at the junkyard started like you'd expect. Baker handed me a dented metal hook and told me to start digging through the third pile. That's the one behind the old bus near the tire stacks. He said if I found anything that looked like copper, brass, or old toys in good shape, to set them aside. Said he could maybe sell them to some antique lady in town who paid by the box. I didn't know what I was looking for, really. It was just a pile of furniture, busted radios, broken fans, dusty stuffed animals, and kitchen junk. But Baker seemed excited, and I needed the cash, so I went to work. About 20 minutes in, I spotted something strange poking out from under a ripped lawn chair and a pink toilet lid. It looked like part of a little monkey. I pulled it out and brushed it off. It was one of those wind-up toys, an old monkey in a red vest with little brass cymbals in its hands. Its fur was matted and one eye was cracked, but it still looked intact mostly. I remembered seeing something like it once when I was a kid. I'd caught a bit of Phantom of the Opera on a fuzzy TV at the orphanage, and there was a monkey just like it on stage. It was part of the story somehow, I think. I remember thinking it was kind of cool. Creepy, sure, but cool. So I held it up and called out, "Hey, Baker, this worth anything?" He looked up from the trailer porch, squinted, and said, "Oh, maybe. Bring it over." I didn't even get halfway across the yard. As I was walking, I felt something twitch. At first, I thought I imagined it, like when your grip slips. But then the monkey's arms jerked once. Just a quick little clack of the cymbals. I froze. It hadn't been wound up. Then it did it again. The cymbals clashed once more, louder this time, and its head turned a few inches toward me. I let go, but it didn't drop. It was still hanging from my hand like it latched on somehow. Then I saw its little fingers curl tighter around mine. Baker, this thing's..." The monkey's mouth opened with a little click, and its teeth, way too sharp for a toy, snapped down fast right in my hand. I jerked back, but not in time. It caught the side of my index, and I felt a sharp pinch, like it was trying to tear the whole thing off. "Holy hell," I said. shaking my hand like crazy. The thing was hanging on, clacking its cymbals over and over like it was excited. I slammed it against the side of an old freezer, but it didn't let go. Then Baker came running, holding a silver thermos in one hand and a wooden spoon in the other. "Move," he said. I ducked, and Baker popped the lid off the thermos and flung water right onto the monkey. The thing screeched, not like an animal, more like when you pull open a rusty drawer, and dropped off my hand. It flopped onto the gravel and twitched for a second, then went completely still. Its arms locked up mid-cymbal. I looked at my hand. There was a small puncture near my knuckle and a thin line of blood. Nothing broken, but it still stung. "What the hell was that?" I said, wiping my hand on my jeans. Baker shook the thermos, then leaned over and poured more water on the toy. "Cymbal monkey. These damn things show up sometimes. Must have slipped through last Sunday. Guess the priest missed that one." "Wait, what was in that?" I asked, pointing to his thermos. "Holy water. You'll want to keep some nearby, especially when digging through personal items. Dead folks don't always let go of their stuff. Toys are the worst. Dolls, puppets, musical crap. They pick up energy, especially when the person dies angry or alone," he explained. I blinked at him. "You're saying this place has cursed toys?" "Well, some. Not all of them, obviously. Enough that we don't joke around with anything that plays music. If it moves on its own, don't keep it. Don't sell it. Don't put it near your sleeping space," he said. He looked at me for a long second. "You still want the job?" he asked. I glanced at my hand, then at the pile I'd been sorting, then at the monkey, still frozen mid-clang. It hadn't moved again, but I was not about to test it. "Well, it's more exciting than stocking shelves," I said. Baker laughed. "You'll fit right in." And that was my first day. That monkey wasn't the last weird thing I saw. Not even close. After the first day, I started paying more attention. Not just to the stuff people brought in, but to the yard itself. Sometimes things felt off, like the layout changed when I wasn't looking, or a path I'd taken yesterday wasn't there the next morning. A few weeks later, I found something. A giant hole, right in the middle of the junkyard. The hole showed up sometime in late April. I didn't notice it right away. To be fair, the middle of the yard's always cluttered. It's where we keep the unsorted stuff. Bigger piles of scrap metal, busted washing machines, lawn mowers, furniture without legs, you know? If you're not careful, you can lose track of what's solid ground and what's just a hollow gap between broken things. But this was different. It was a perfect circle, about 6 feet across. No marks around the edge. No signs that something had fallen in. Just a clean, dark hole in the dirt, right where the sun hits around noon. I only spotted it because a wheelbarrow tipped over near it while I was hauling a broken car door. Figured I'd push a few things aside to flatten the ground, and that's when I saw it. "Hey, Baker, you know about this?" I called, standing a few feet back. He walked over slowly, wiping his hands on a rag. He didn't look surprised, just annoyed, like someone seeing the same leak in a roof again. "Yeah, that one's new," he said. "New? You mean there's others?" He nodded. "Yeah, every few years one opens up, never in the same spot." I crouched down and tossed a small washer in. I never heard it hit bottom. How deep is it? I asked.
Oh, too deep. Don't throw stuff in. That just brings 'em faster.
I stood back up. Them? I asked. He didn't answer at first. He just looked at the hole like it personally offended him. Then he said,
We call them parasites.
I thought he was joking. Parasites. That sounds like something from a bad movie, I said. He gave me a look.
They come out at night. Not every night. Just when it's warm and something in the pile starts to rot. You'll smell it. When you do, you sit up in the tower with the floodlight and the rifle. You shoot on sight.
That made me blink. Hold on. There's a tower, a rifle? He pointed toward a wooden watchtower I'd never noticed before, hidden behind the stacked fridges. It had a spotlight rigged on top and a tarp nailed over the side to block wind.
Yeah, I'll show you the setup tonight. You're on rotation now.
Rotation for what? I asked.
Guard duty,
he replied. Didn't make much sense at the time, but I didn't argue. Later that evening, just after dinner, Baker handed me a hunting rifle and a little box of holy water vials.
All right, well, bullets slow 'em down. Holy water keeps 'em dead, he said.
We climbed the watchtower as the sun went down. From on top, I could see the whole yard, twisted piles of junk stretching out in all directions. And in the center, the perfect black hole.
Don't shine the light on it unless you hear something. They don't like light. But if you keep it on too long, they'll learn to move around it, he explained.
We sat in silence for a long time. Crickets made noise in the woods, and the wind knocked something loose near the fence line. Baker just sat on a folding chair and chewed sunflower seeds, spitting them into a cup. I held the rifle, trying not to think too much. Then around midnight, we heard it. Not loud, just a scratching sound, like something with too many limbs trying to climb out of something narrow. Baker didn't move. He just nudged the spotlight. Wait, he said. The sound stopped. And then came the smell, like meat left in a sealed cooler during the summer. Now, he said. I turned on the spotlight. The thing crawling out of the hole didn't look real. It was pale, with skin like boiled leather. It had no eyes that I could see, just a wide, splitting jaw that opened at the sides, revealing rows of teeth like a leech. It made no noise. It just stood there, smelling the air. I fired once. The bullet knocked it sideways, but it didn't fall. It staggered, then turned toward the light. Baker tossed me a vial and told me to throw it. I pulled the cap and flung it, and the water hit the thing in the side. That's when it screamed. The sound made my teeth hurt. The creature flailed, then collapsed into itself, folding like it was being crushed from the inside. After a few seconds, it stopped moving completely. Baker stood up, brushing off his hands.
All right, that's one. Might be another tonight. They travel in pairs sometimes.
I stared at him. How long has this been going on? He shrugged.
Oh, long as I've been alive. Longer, probably. My dad used to handle it before me. His dad before him. Every town has something like this, if you know where to look. Most just don't talk about it.
And junkyards are where these holes show up? I asked.
Oh, mostly. They show up in places that hold things. Places where objects sit and soak up human energy. Pain, anger, grief. Junkyards, storage units, antique shops. Graveyards sometimes. But junkyards are best. They're already fenced in, already watched, and no one asks questions.
I looked at the rifle in my lap. So this is a security job? I asked. He laughed once.
More or less.
You know, it feels like something the military should be handling, I said. He leaned on the railing.
Oh, maybe in bigger cities. Round here, the townsfolk you grow up with, they're all you've got. Nobody's coming to save us. So we do it ourselves.
He said it like it was just part of life, like mowing grass or taking out the trash. I looked back down at the yard. The hole was quiet again. Nothing moved. I thought about the monkey, about the way that thing had gripped my hand like it hated me personally. And now these things, these parasites. Do they ever get out? I asked.
Oh, sometimes. Not often. That's why we stay on it, he replied.
He slapped me on the shoulder.
Welcome to the real job, Rory.
After the thing that came out of the hole, I thought I'd seen the weirdest the junkyard had to offer. I was wrong. The next strange thing I saw came on a quiet morning. It rained the night before, so the ground was soft and slick. I was dragging out some metal siding that'd gotten buried under a half-collapsed piano, trying not to lose my boots in the mud. The yard was quiet, except for the distant sounds of birds and a busted wind chime hanging off a bent pole. And that's when I started noticing the cats. They weren't stray cats exactly. They didn't look sick or skinny like regular strays. These were clean, quiet, and fast. First I thought maybe they were feral, but they weren't scared of people. They'd show up in the junkyard without warning, walk across the piles like they knew exactly where they were going, and disappear again like nothing had happened. Baker didn't say anything about him at first, so I didn't either. But then one afternoon, I saw something I couldn't explain. It was just after lunch. I was organizing old chairs near the back fence, close to where we keep the broken garden statues and lawn gnomes. There was this rocking chair I'd been trying to fix up. Something about it looked like it might sell if cleaned up. The paint was chipped, but the wood was good underneath. Anyway, I turned around to grab a hammer, and when I looked up, there was an orange tabby cat sitting right on top of the chair. I hadn't heard it approach. It didn't meow or move. It just sat there, looking at something I couldn't see. And that's when I noticed the backpack. It was red, bright red. Didn't look like it was strapped on with anything. It just sat snugly across the cat's shoulders like it belonged there. It had a flap, and I swear, I saw it moving just a little, like something inside was shifting around. Then the air around the chair got cold. Not the wind, just the space around the chair itself. It was like a chill settled right over it, and the cat's tail started to twitch. And then I saw it. It wasn't a person exactly, more like a shimmer in the shape of one. A woman. She looked old. Her dress looked like something from the 50s. Her hands reached out slowly, like she didn't know where she was. The closer she got to the chair, the more her shape came together. She sat down, right into the chair. The cat didn't move. It just waited, tail flicking. Then the red flap on the backpack popped open. I didn't see exactly what came out. It was more like a light, a soft one, the kind you see when you close your eyes and face the sun. It came from the flap, and it wrapped around the woman like a net made of light. She didn't struggle. She looked up at the cat, smiled, and then vanished. Just like that. Gone. The light pulled itself back into the backpack, and the flap closed on its own. The cat gave a single loud purr, a real one this time, then hopped down from the chair, landed like it weighed nothing, and trotted off into the junkyard like it had someplace to be. I didn't move. I just stood there with the hammer in my hand, trying to figure out what I'd just seen. Eventually, I walked back to the trailer. Baker was on the porch drinking iced tea out of a big red plastic cup. I sat down on the steps and said, "Hey, so why do the cats wear red backpacks?" He didn't even blink.
Oh, you saw one do a pickup.
A what?
A collection. They come for spirits that follow sentimental junk. Happens sometimes. A widow drops off her husband's chair. Some kid dumps a box of toys from his dead brother. People think they're throwing away objects, but they're not. Sometimes the spirits get stuck. Sentimentality and nostalgia are powerful emotions, you know, he said, taking a sip.
And the cats? I asked.
Work for the Grim Reaper,
He began.
Yep, that guy. Don't ask me how it works. I just know what I've seen.
He pointed at my hammer.
Yeah, some spirits go easy, some don't. That's why they send cats.
I blinked. Cats fight ghosts?
Oh, they don't fight. They collect. Each cat has a job. Some chase down runaways. Some sneak into attics and pull out the confused ones. Some, like the one you saw, come to peaceful spots where the spirit is already halfway gone. All kinds of cats, tabbies, Siameses. Even saw a bobcat once, dragging a Civil War guy out of a wagon wheel.
I couldn't help but ask, why the red backpacks? Did they all wear red backpacks?
He nodded. Yeah, that's how you know they're official. Red backpack. Never says a word, just does the job and moves on.
I sat there for a while, thinking about that light. It was hard to imagine death hiring feline assistants to help with the afterlife logistics. Okay, so the cats aren't the weirdest part of this place, I said. Baker laughed.
Not even close.
He tossed me a bottle of cold water from the cooler.
You get used to the weird stuff. You see enough of it, just becomes background noise. Ohio's full of strange places. Most folks just keep their heads down and pretend not to notice. But we notice. And we make sure the right things go where they're supposed to.
I watched the edge of the yard for a while. I thought I saw the orange tabby again, just for a second, before it disappeared into a pile of refrigerators. Baker leaned back in his chair and said, "You'll probably see more of them now that they know you're aware. They like people who pay attention." I didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. I just nodded. And from then on, I started keeping an eye out. I'd see a set of ears sticking up behind a broken microwave, or a red strap slipping through a stack of tires. Sometimes I'd find paw prints where no cat should have been able to climb. And every now and then, a chair would rock by itself. A record would spin once before stopping. A toy would light up for just a second. Then a cat would show up. And the rest would go quiet. After I saw enough of those cats, I stopped trying to make sense of what counted as normal around here. Nothing really followed rules. If ghosts could hitch a ride on stuffed animals, and a tabby could carry souls in a backpack, then what else was I supposed to expect? Baker didn't act surprised about any of it. So eventually I didn't either. The junkyard had its own logic, and if I wanted to keep my job and stay alive, I had to learn it fast. And that's when I found out about the corpse flowers. Not flowers in the usual sense. These were taller than a man, with a smell that could knock you flat and petals big enough to close around a truck tire. They weren't here for decoration. They were planted with purpose. And it became my job to feed them, which, as it turns out, is even more dangerous than it sounded. I didn't know anything about corpse flowers until Baker handed me a bucket full of meat. The meat was old. Some of it came from the town butcher, scraps that weren't good enough to sell. Some of it came from dead parasites, their limbs chopped into pieces and left to rot for a few days until they smelled just right. I didn't ask questions about where the rest came from. I just took the bucket, held it at arm's length, and followed Baker across the yard. The corpse flowers were planted in a wide ring around the center piles near the hole. They didn't look like regular plants. Each one had a thick stalk like a tree trunk and petals as long as my arm. The petals were purple and green, with black edges that looked burnt. When the flowers were fully open, they stood taller than me. Some were nearly 6 feet high. And the first thing I noticed was the smell. Wasn't like anything I'd ever smelled before. It was sharp, sweet, rotting. Not just gross, it was confusing. Made my head feel light, like I'd skipped a meal and spun around in circles. I had to steady myself on a busted lawnmower just to keep from falling over. Baker had warned me ahead of time. He said the flowers give off a smell when they're hungry. It's how they lure things in. The scent affects people and parasites the same way. If you get too close when they haven't eaten, you might pass out. And if you pass out, you might not wake up. I stayed back. Baker showed me how to toss the meat without stepping too close. You aim for the base of the flower, right where the petals curl open. When the meat hits the center, the flower reacts almost immediately. The petals twitch, then fold inward like a slow trap, pulling the food inside. He said not to worry if I hear chewing sounds, that's normal. He also said if the flower makes a sound like a burp, that means it's satisfied. I thought he was joking, but then I heard it myself. A short, wet belch after the third flower got its share. That was the beginning of my new chore. Every other day, I go around the yard with 2 buckets and feed the flowers. They're not everywhere, just in certain places where the parasites tend to crawl. The flowers act as a second line of defense. if I miss something or the tower light's too slow. The flowers are there to catch what I can't. I've seen it happen once. One night, I was on watch again. The smell came first, then the movement. A parasite climbed halfway out of the hole before I could get the spotlight on it. I reached for the rifle, but then something else moved faster. One of the corpse flowers near the edge of the pit leaned in. I didn't know they could move like that. It stretched forward on its thick stalk, petals wide open. The parasite didn't even look up in time. The flower snapped shut like a bear trap. There was no sound at first, just a hard slap as the petals closed. Then came the squelch. It was loud. I don't need to describe it. I think you can guess. It was disgusting, but also kind of amazing. The next morning, all that was left was a thin line of slime on the ground and a round seed lying nearby. The seeds are almost the size of a peach, shaped like tiny skulls. They're heavy and hard, like someone carved them from bone. I collect them in a separate bin in the shed. Baker says they don't sprout unless planted on top of monster remains. That's why the flowers only grow near the hole or the burn pit. They need the right kind of meat to grow. Once a flower is planted, it grows fast. Within a few weeks, the stalks shoot up and start to bloom. At full size, they stay active for about a year before collapsing in on themselves and rotting away. When that happens, we burn the remains and plant a new one using one of the seeds. It's a cycle. Ugly, but useful. I've learned to respect them. The flowers don't like being touched. I found that out the hard way when I tripped and my hand brushed one of the petals. It wasn't feeding time, but the smell was still strong. My vision went blurry, and I had to crawl back to the trailer to clear my head. I spent the rest of the day with my head in a bucket. And since then, I stay a safe distance. I use a long-handled scoop to toss the meat. I wear gloves and keep a cloth around my nose. If the flowers start smelling worse than usual, I know I'm behind schedule. They don't speak or move much, but they're smart in their own way. They remember patterns. If you feed them regularly, they stay calm. If you skip a day, they notice. They're not pets. Well, they're not plants either, exactly. They're more like tools. Dangerous, living tools that protect the yard when bullets and holy water aren't enough. Sometimes I wonder where they came from. Who figured out they could eat monsters, you know? Did someone try planting one in a city once? What happened to that city? But those are questions that don't get answered out here. You just learn to do the work. Now, feeding the corpse flowers is just part of my routine, same as checking the fence line or sharpening the blades. The flowers have their place. They do their job. And as long as I do mine, we don't have a problem. You know, I still can't believe what I'm saying most days. But that's the thing about this place. You don't have to believe it for it to be real. And yeah, that's all the stories I got for now. Didn't mean to stay here this long. When I first showed up, I thought it'd be like every other job I've had, you know, a few weeks of hauling junk, maybe a weird story or two. Then I'd be back on the road, bag packed, no goodbyes. But this place gets under your skin in a strange way. Maybe it's the things I've seen. Parasites crawling out of holes like they're late for something. Corpse flowers saving my life like it's just part of their job. And cats working part-time for the Grim Reaper. I still don't understand any of it. Not really. I just know it all fits together somehow. Maybe that's what keeps me here. There's mystery in the junk. Wonder, too. You start realizing that not everything forgotten is worthless. Some things are just waiting to be seen again. Some things come back with teeth, sure, but others come back with stories. And then there's Baker, this weird little job, and the town that leaves us alone, but still shows up when it matters. I didn't come here looking for a place to belong, but maybe I found one anyway. This job's not on any map. There's no website, no office, no paperwork, but it's real. And I'm part of it now. A junkyard full of monsters, cursed antiques, and too many secrets to count. And somehow I am exactly where I'm supposed to be. So yeah, I think I'll be staying.
Hey, huge thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to support me on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you enjoyed the story, and have a good night. When the woman got struck by the bus right in front of me, I didn't understand it was because I'd been rude to a waiter 10 minutes earlier. At the time, I hadn't even called myself rude at all. He'd left me without a refill for nearly 10 minutes, and all I'd said when he apologized was that sorry doesn't fill my cup. Well, that and or help your tip. But still, I thought it was a small thing, and I was irritated. And I did feel bad afterward, even left a big tip to make up for it. But in the moment that the woman left the sidewalk, only to be slammed into by the metal face of a crosstown bus, I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was thinking about the terrible, wet sound she made as she went under the wheels, the too warm spray of her blood hitting the right side of my face. As I gasped and sucked a bit of her down, I started screaming. Everyone did. It was 30 minutes before I could start absently wiping the blood off as I gave a statement to an officer. I didn't have anything to tell. I'd not even noticed the woman beside me until she stepped into oncoming traffic, and I had no idea that she might have been pushed at all, much less because of my prior sin. It wasn't until I got home and started stripping off everything that I found it. I'd almost just thrown everything away I could without getting arrested for indecency. But my coat was expensive, and I'd only had it for a year. A couple of rounds of dry cleaning might get rid of that awful... There was something in my coat's outer pocket. My first thought was an old receipt or ticket. But no, the thickness and weight was wrong. Pulling it free from my pocket, I saw it was a heavy piece of slick black paper, folded into a tight square and embossed with gold. The back, where the intersecting diamonds of folded corners were tucked together, made a beautiful tangle of gleaming scrollwork. Turning it over, I sucked in an involuntary breath. It was a pair of golden eyes. Not just the eyes themselves, but the thick, fleshy lids around them. Old, tired, pitiless eyes that stared out from the paper at me, with a look that was both weary and knowing. I chided myself for being foolish. It was just a drawing, after all. I turned the paper back over quickly, telling myself it was just to unfold it and not to get away from that gaze. Opening it up, I found the inside was a nighttime blue, glittering with lines of silver text set to mimic a small and efficient style of handwritten note. It said, "If you found this note, you've acquired a very unique companion. There are some that call them Tengu or other things, but I prefer my own name, a Sin Goblin. This Sin Goblin is always with you now, though you cannot see or hear it. It will watch you all the time, and while this may be disquieting, rest assured that it will never harm you directly. In fact, at its core, this goblin is a very upright and moral creature, and so long as you are similarly upright and moral, you may never notice its presence at all. Unfortunately, most of us are not perfect. There may well come times where you transgress in the sin goblin's eyes, and when that occurs, there will be consequences. Not to you, as I said. It'll never harm you directly, but it will inflict punishment on others in your sight, and these punishments can be severe and cruel. You may not believe any of this, of course. In time, that will change. I offer this message as an explanation and a kindness, a small lamp for your feet as you move forward with your new friend close behind. Good luck. The note ended there. I almost threw it in the trash then and there, but something stopped me. Instead, I put it on the hallway table, stripped off my clothes, and scrubbed myself in the shower until my skin was hot and raw. I was so tired and shell-shocked that I didn't even think about the note again until the next day. It was about the time that I watched one of my friends die. We'd been coming back in from a smoke break. Me and Tony Lasco from the 3rd floor were ahead on the stairs going up, with Murray lagging behind us a few steps. We always took the stairs on smoke breaks. It was our half-joking attempt at mitigating the damage we were doing to our heart and lungs with every puff. But Murray was older and heavier than us, and it made him a bit slower on the climb back up. When Murray fell, he gave a little startled gasp, not loud, but high and strange enough that I turned back to look, just in time to see his legs going up as he pitched backward toward the concrete landing we just left. Plenty of time to see his head hit and turn as his weight and inertia drove him down, snapping his neck with a muffled popping sound, before his feet jittered for a few seconds, and then stilled. They told his wife later he died instantly, but that was a lie. We watched him gasp wetly for breath, his eyes rolling like a scared fish as he tried to understand why the world was suddenly upside down and closing in. I was wondering the same thing. Over the last 2 years, I've been responsible for 22 deaths, 18 cripplings, 5 blindings, 2 deafenings, and 1 animal attack that, well, that person's still in ICU and isn't expected to survive. For the first few days, I was in disbelief, but by the 5th accident in my proximity, I was being questioned by police as a person of interest instead of a suspect. When they started questioning my bosses at work, my job didn't last long. Not that anyone could actually say I'd done anything. All of it had either been around other people or in places with cameras that could be checked. There were times where it did look like someone had been shoved or pulled, but there was never any actual evidence that anyone had done it or touched them at all. By the time they got tired of talking to me, I'd already reached the point where I barely left my house, and when I did, it was like exiting a space capsule to gather resources on some alien and hostile world. I guarded everything I said or did, every look I gave, or tone I had when speaking. I'd practice phrases and expressions in the mirror, canned responses and requests for every scenario I thought might occur during my expeditions out into the world. I found remote work that required no real interaction beyond emails, and I'd spend hours scrutinizing every detail of a paragraph before hitting send. And for a time it worked. The horror started declining, and by 6 months, I was averaging only 1 incident every few weeks. By my first anniversary of getting the card, I was on a streak that lasted for nearly 13 months. I almost bought one of those workplace signs to hang in your office. You know, the ones that let you brag about how many days it's been since an incident. But then I thought the sin goblin might take offense at that, and I quickly clicked off the website. I moved to a different state in the meantime. My few remaining friends and contacts in my old town, well, I'd cut them all off out of fear of hurting them. And truth be told, they didn't seem to mind. I thought things would be easier with a fresh start, and I was right. I had my routines in place, and I remained ever vigilant. I even started to enjoy going out again, if only a little. I'd been shut away for so long, and it had been such a long time since I'd had an incident after all. I was starting to think that either I'd become a nice enough person that the goblin was satisfied, or maybe he hadn't followed me when I moved away. Then one day, I stopped in to pick up a pizza at a local place I liked. I'd called ahead, so all I had to do was politely wait my turn in line to pick up the pizza and pay. The man in front of me was being slow and annoying, fiddling with his wallet, wiping his snotty nose with his hand, and then putting in his PIN with the offending finger. Pulling out his card too fast, so he had to do it all over again. The old me would have been staring daggers at him at the least, and a snide comment to him or the cashier wouldn't have been out of bounds. Now, I just hummed as I looked around the restaurant and checked my phone for any work emails while the dude finally shuffled away, offering a parting sneeze as he headed for the door. I was saying hello to the cashier, asking how they were doing while inwardly congratulating myself on how far I'd come in the past couple of years. In so many ways, it had been bizarre and horrifying. But maybe if I'd become a better person, some good could come from it all. Heck, maybe the little guy wasn't all that. I froze. Apologizing breathlessly to the cashier, I ran for the door, opening it as quickly as I could without risking bumping anyone or knocking a passerby outside. I looked around for the snotty man, but there was no sign of him. Heart about to burst out of my chest, I raised my voice for the first time in months. "Bless you! Bless you!" He must not have heard. Or if he did, the goblin judged it as too late. Because that night, my next-door neighbor burned to death in her bed. She lived long enough to knock a small hole through the wall into my living room. Not enough to get through, of course. Just enough for me to smell her cooking and watch as she curled up like a spent match on what was left of her bed. The next day, I took $3,000 out of my savings, and I went to a private detective I found online. I didn't tell him about the sin goblin, of course, but I did outline a rough timeline of 2 years of me being stalked and harassed, going all the way back to the day I got a sinister message left in my coat pocket. I tried to retrace my steps at the time, figure out when I'd gotten the goblin and from who, but it never went anywhere. I couldn't remember any strange encounters that day, and all I'd done is go to an eye appointment, rode the train across town to get lunch, and then watch that poor woman get hit by the bus. I didn't hold out a lot of hope the detective would find out anything new, and at first he didn't think he had. He told me he'd spoken to people at the eye doctor's office and the restaurant I'd eaten at, but in 2 years, memories had faded, and some staff had changed. Still, no one remembered seeing or hearing anything strange that day. Turning on his computer monitor, he took out a DVD and fumbled it into his desktop. "My last option was the train. No real chance of finding a person to talk to, but I know a guy that knows a guy," he said. $1,000 of your money got me a copy of the security cam footage from the day you rode the train. I was afraid it was a waste, but then I saw this." Hitting play on the video, he leaned back so I could see it more clearly. It only took a moment for me to find myself sitting on one of the aisle seats of a crowded midday train. The quickening motion outside the windows and the gentle sway of the rail handles let me know the train was starting back up after stopping at a station. As I watched, an old woman carrying several bags of what looked like groceries shuffled from the door over to my part of the car. She came to a stop in front of me, standing there expectantly, as though she thought I'd offer up my seat. For my part, that past me never even looked up from my phone. I don't remember if I truly didn't see her or just ignored her because I didn't want to get up. But after a few seconds, it didn't matter. A kid in the row behind me stood up and gave the woman his seat, even going so far as to help her put her bags in the overhead rack before finding another seat further back. I felt anger boiling in me as I stared at the small, monochrome woman on the screen. Was that her? Was that it? Had she really ruined my life and destroyed all these other people because I didn't hop up to give her my seat? Gritting my teeth, I watched her like a hawk as the train rolled toward my station. She was right behind me. It'd be the simplest thing in the world for her to slip it into my coat without me noticing. The angle wasn't perfect, of course, but I felt like I'd see her at least look my way or lean forward when she did it. Instead, she just leaned back with her eyes closed as though she'd fallen asleep. The walls outside the train slowed again as it crawled up to my stop. Past me stood up, as did several others, but the old woman kept to her seat without stirring. The line of people streaming off the train started forward, the guy who'd given up his chair right behind me. It was fast and subtle, but right before I stepped across to the platform and out of the camera's view, I saw him drop the folded paper into my coat's left pocket. I looked up at the detective. "Tell me you know who he is," I said. The man smiled. "Well, kinda. I can't get any government records for the money you paid, but I was able to track down his online persona, which led me to an internet phone number. I tried it yesterday. It still works. Guy who answered sounds about like I'd expect your stalker to sound. So the question is, what do you want me to do now? I can give this stuff to cops here or there, but I doubt they'll do anything with it. Or if you have any more money, I can keep digging on this cat and see what... Give it to me. Please," I interrupted. He frowned. "Give you what?" I forced a smile. "The number. Please give me the number." When I got to my car, I forced myself to spend 5 minutes doing breathing exercises and rehearsing what I would say if he answered. I had to be polite and cordial while also finding out what I could and trying to get him to tell me how I could get rid of the goblin once and for all. Fingers shaking, I punched in the number. He answered on the second ring. "Uh-huh." I felt my jaw clench, but I forced myself to smile as I replied. "Hey there. Sorry to bother you, but I got your number from an associate. I know this may sound strange, but I think you may have been on a train with me a couple years ago. You let an nice elderly lady have your seat, and I was sitting in front of you. This was in..." "Oh, so you're the guy, huh?" I felt my face contracting into a frown. "Yes. I think you gave me an envelope. And, a new friend." There was a short bray of laughter on the other end of the line. "Shit, yeah, I did. Shit, man. How did you track me down?" Swallowing, I tried to keep my voice even. I, um, I paid a private detective. He found you from the camera on the train. Another chuckle.
Wow, that is like some CSI shit, right? Good for you.
The phone creaked slightly as I gripped it harder. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to know how to leave my new companion behind so my life can get back to normal.
Oh, so you can go back to being an asshole like the rest of us, right? I feel ya. The thing is, you can't.
What? Why? I mean, there has to be some way to get rid of it. You gave it to me, didn't you?
Yeah, that's true. But that's like my family's thing.
There was a pause, and then he spoke again, his tone more serious.
Look, man, my family got cursed with this thing like 200 years ago, right? And the only way we can get rid of it for a while is to dump it on someone else. And they can't get rid of it without, croaking. Then it comes back to us until we find another person to help us out. And that's the deal.
That's the deal? That's the deal? I was yelling now, but I didn't care. You just kill people, ruin their lives, and it's all a big joke to you.
Nuh-uh. I don't hurt anybody. It's the goblin. And he doesn't hurt people unless you mess up.
2 weeks ago, I watched my neighbor burn to death because I didn't say bless you when a guy sneezed. I thought I had the rules figured out, but I'm not perfect, and I think he's getting stricter. There was a snort on the other end of the line.
Oh yeah, he's a tricky little bastard. He starts out a bit easy going, but the longer he's with you, the more of a stickler he becomes. I had him for 4 years before I decided to sack up and pass him on. That was after I farted at dinner on accident, and then my girlfriend got mauled by a pack of dogs on the way home.
His voice got thin and watery sounding.
I know it sucks, man. And I really am kind of sorry. But hey, at least I gave you some heads up. I even made the note all fancy so you'd take it serious.
I could hear the sarcasm in my voice as I stared at the phone. Sure. Thanks for that. Now listen, you're gonna figure out how to take this thing back or I'll find you. I will find you and I will be your own personal sin goblin until you don't have shit left. You get me? He actually sounded mildly offended when he answered.
Whoa, dude. First of all, you won't find me. I'll drop this number after this call, and I don't live in that shit city. My family's loaded, not unrelated to the curse, by the way. But for your purposes, you just need to get that you'll never find me. All you'll do is piss off the goblin and hurt more people. Is that what you want?
I started crying then. Please. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone else, but I want to have my life too. He sighed.
I get it. But all you have to do is don't be a dick. Okay, maybe sometimes he'll still flag you because he has some weird hang-ups, but you can figure those out. And when you make a mistake, just look at it like an act of God or something. Act of goblin, right?
I don't know that I can do that.
Well, you don't have much of a choice, bud. I can't take it back even if I wanted. Which I do not want, thank you very much. I mean, you can take the permanent way out, but I discourage that. And not just because it'll mean I have to find someone else to sick that little bastard on. Just be a good person. And try not to worry about it. How hard can that be?
He took a deep breath and went on.
Though, truth time, you were pretty aggro during this call, so you might see a bit of fallout from it. Just push past it and do better, alright?
That's easy for you to...
Oh shit, my food's here.
Then the line went dead. I went to recall the number when I saw something at the edge of my vision. It was the detective hitting the asphalt in front of my car from his 12-story fall. Retching into my mouth, I put the phone away and started heading home. It took a while. Getting everywhere takes a while now. I drive slow and careful, yielding to everyone I come across, while also trying to not go too slow or cautious that I impede those around me. It is maddening and terrifying, but also necessary. I certainly don't want to offend anyone. A day, a week, a year. Just arbitrary measurements of the relative force that is time. One person's future is another person's past, and time is fickle, blah, blah, blah. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just start at my beginning and see where it ends up. 10 years ago, a drunk driver had killed my parents. He'd been driving on the wrong side of the road. Blew a .22. At 10 years old, my twin sister May and I became orphans. 10 years, and the pain of it had mostly subsided, though not entirely. There were still days I missed my parents. The way my mom used to kiss my forehead in the mornings before school. The way my dad's laugh used to fill a whole room with happiness. May and I had gone to live with our grandfather, our papa as we called him, and for a while life went on. We'd been close with him before, and he was more than kind to us. He really did his best to fill the void of our parents. It wasn't perfect, but we loved him for it. May and I stayed close, grew up, go to the same state college. Life went on, as it always does. That was until earlier this year, when our papa was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and then he too was torn away from our lives. The funeral was small, just us, a few family friends, and his brother. We had little family left other than papa's estranged brother, Tom. Tom actually lived close by, but he and papa didn't get on well, though neither May or I knew why. It was actually a shock when he showed up to the funeral. Didn't say much though, and left pretty quickly. May and I had returned from our school to deal with the funeral proceedings and to clean out Papa's house. I say house, but really it's a mansion. A gargantuan old Gothic structure sitting on 10 acres of land, snuggling up close to a dense forest. It would be creepy to anyone else, but to me and May, it was home. A shining beacon of light in a world of shittiness. Papa had left the estate, all his possessions, and a very large bank account to us. On top of that, he'd left us a slightly disturbing letter. This is what it said.
You both deserve the very best in life, and I'm sorry to say you haven't gotten that from me. In the time after my death, you'll both come to realize that I'm not the man you thought I was. Sometimes we do things we feel are necessary, and those things can haunt us. Tom has agreed to explain some things to you both, and I just hope you won't judge me too harshly.
Papa was a saint. Papa was also a serial hoarder. The house was full of junk he'd collected over the years. We'd used some of the money he left us to rent some storage units and a truck, but clearing out the house was no small task. Papa had always been a private person and wouldn't have wanted strangers coming through and tearing the place up, so neither of us felt comfortable having movers come in. Still, that meant it was left to May and me. We worked tirelessly for days until finally we'd made our way to the basement. I flipped the basement light on from the top of the steps and sighed in annoyance when no light turned on in return. May and I peered down into the pitch darkness below. The concrete stairs seemed to stretch endlessly into the dark, even though I knew it only went down about 20 feet. This basement always crept me out. The way Papa locked it up so tight, I swear I used to hear weird noises from down here when we were younger. We've been down there before, though, I objected. It's just boxes of Papa's old shit. Yeah, we've been down there once. We've been down there once for like 2 minutes when we were little. If it's just boxes, why would Papa have 3 deadbolts on the door? May held up the ring of keys as if to emphasize her point. Hell if I know. Maybe he was worried someone will get hurt because the lights don't work, I responded jokingly, taking a step down the stairs. I have an idea. You figure out how to make the lights work in a creepy basement, and I'll go into town to pick up lunch, my sister responded in a tone of voice that let me know she would not be going into the creepy basement. Sure, May. I rolled my eyes and let out a small chuckle. Thanks, Aaron. May rested her pale blue eyes on me and smiled warmly before scurrying off, long dark hair trailing behind her. I pulled out my phone flashlight and cautiously walked down the steps. As I made my way into the only part of the house we had never been allowed in, an unpleasant and musky scent filled the air. My nostrils began to sting, and my stomach turned. The smell increased in power with each step, and I had to make a conscious effort not to breathe through my nose. Something absolutely rotten was down here. Upon reaching the bottom of the steps, I noticed another light switch and decided to give it a try. For a second, nothing happened, and then slowly, a few dim yellow lights buzzed to life. Gazing around, I saw nothing that would be giving off such a foul odor, but I had to admit that May had a point. This basement was creepy. I could only see faintly by the flickering light that barely permeated across the basement, and the walls needed desperate help as the paint was hanging off in strips everywhere. On the far side of the room, blocked by several boxes, was a small door that presumably led to the septic tank. The place looked like a dungeon, to be entirely honest. Countless stacks of unmarked boxes were piled high around me, and I realized this was going to take hours. I let out a long sigh before beginning the laborious task of transporting them to the U-Haul in the driveway. An hour later, I'd barely made a dent, and my back was aching. Deciding to take a break after the next box, I bent down, and as I attempted to lift it up, the bottom gave way, and its contents haphazardly spilled out over the ground. Damn it! I shouted into the musky, humid air. I looked down at the spilled contents and realized there was a pile of leather journals at my feet. Defeated, I sat down on the cold concrete ground and grabbed the journal closest to me. It looked ancient, and the leather was soft and worn. I flipped the book around in my hands and noticed stitching on the spine, June 1950. Curiously, I unclasped the leather buckle of the journal and opened the front cover. Inside, there was a photograph taped to the back of the cover, and I pulled it closer to inspect it. The photo contained a couple in front of a few apple trees. The man looked familiar and appeared to be in his mid-20s. He was smiling happily, and I noticed he was holding a small baby cocooned in a blanket. Laying her head against the man's shoulder was probably the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. She had a pale complexion contrasted by long, jet black hair. Her most captivating feature was probably her emerald-colored eyes that seemed to shine. I stared at her, mesmerized by her beauty. Eventually, my eyes darted to the familiar tooth-filled smile of the man for a few more seconds before a realization dawned on me. This was a photograph of my grandfather, decades younger than I'd ever seen him, but him all the same. I wasn't sure why, but I started to feel uneasy. There was nothing wrong with the scene in the image itself, but something was poking at the corner of my mind, putting my fight or flight response on edge. I couldn't explain what, but there was definitely something very wrong with this picture. I stared blankly for a few moments before my eyes widened in disbelief. The image I was looking at was clearly old, and the journal was dated to 1950, but this picture was high resolution with brilliant, vibrant color, clearly taken by an advanced camera, even by today's standards. I quickly flipped through the pages of the journal, only to see page after page of handwritten words. I recognized my papa's handwriting and noticed each entry was signed by him. I set the journal down and opened another, only to see it too had a high-definition photograph of my papa. This time, however, he was dressed in an army uniform, smiling from on top of the largest horse I'd ever seen. Not just a big horse, but impossibly big. It was hard to tell without a better frame of reference, but the horse had to be nearly the size of an elephant. My papa had never been in the army. He'd been an investment banker. This journal was also filled with handwritten entries from my grandfather. Confusion swirling in my mind, I opened journal after journal. I saw more photos, one with my grandpa and a group of young men in army uniforms, all smiling on top of what looked to be an airship. Another with him in civilian clothes, with the same green-eyed woman to his right, and to his left, there was a boy in his late teens that I recognized to be Tom. My jaw dropped when I noticed an under-construction Eiffel Tower in the background. Some journals had photos, while some did not, but they were all dated between 1948 to 1955. I found the earliest journal, which began on March of 1948, and began to read. I'm not entirely sure what I should be writing here. Jade says to just write about my days and what happened, but it feels odd. It's for her though, so I'll write. She told me she'll want to read all about my adventures after I get home from the war, and I suppose I best make life sound interesting for her. I'm at the station now, and I ship out in a few hours to Germany. The British Republic is advancing on Berlin at this very moment, and if the American forces can't repel the unified powers, well, then there really is no hope for any of us. There's even been talk of the unified powers developing a new type of soldier, people with unimaginable strength and speed that can take down entire companies and... Hey, Aaron, food's here. I'm gonna hang out with Chelsea for a bit. Make sure you eat, okay? May called from the top of the steps, her voice ripping me from the journal. Yeah, thanks. See you later, I mumbled as she left. I wasn't quite sure what I was reading yet, but I dove back in. They can take down entire companies without losing a single man. I'm not sure how much I buy into it all yet. Sounds like ghost stories if you ask me. Anyways, at least I get to ride the transatlantic Hyperloop on my way to Europe. They say it'll only take 5 hours to get across the pond in it. I love you, my dearest Jade. Just as I finished reading the entry, I heard a loud thump and the sound of metal scratching against metal. I froze and listened again for several seconds until I heard the same metallic sound again, followed by a deep rumbling and hacking cough. My head whipped around, trying to zero in on the sound. The metallic scratching started again, lasting longer this time, and my stomach sank as I realized it was coming from the door to the septic tank area. Something, or someone, was in there making that sound. Now, I'm pretty fit and I wrestled in high school, and admittedly, I have a decently sized ego. While it may not have been the smartest thing to do, I wasn't too scared as I approached the door, confident that I would be able to handle whatever was on the other side. I wrapped my hand around the doorknob. After a deep breath, I threw the door open with one hand, and with my other hand, I used my phone light to illuminate the dark space beyond. I gagged as a much stronger version of the horrid smell I'd almost grown accustomed to gushed into my nostrils, and nothing could have prepared me for what I saw inside the room. The floor and walls were encased in concrete. The ceiling looked to be made of steel, and a couple feet past the doorway, thick steel beams descended from the ceiling every few inches. It was a giant cage, and in that cage was the most horrific creature I'd ever laid eyes on. It was laying down, but I could tell it was easily 7 feet tall. Its skin was a sickly gray and littered with bumps and sores. Its muscles seemed ready to pop out of its skin. Around its neck was a sturdy-looking metal collar that had a long chain leading into the concrete of the far wall. Beyond the smell and the sight, I bent over and puked my guts out. When I looked back up, the creature was staring at me, and I saw its horrid, elongated face twisted into a nasty snarl. It bared its huge fangs at me and had moved into a predatory stance on all fours. It looked ready to pounce. My heart was pounding so desperately, I thought it was for sure having a heart attack. I stood there, frozen in fear. Just when I thought I was going to faint, I heard a voice from behind me.
"Aw, shit."
Still holding the creature's stare, I slowly turned around to see my great-uncle Tom standing behind me, a huge slab of meat in his hands. I heard the screech of metal and whipped back around to see the creature launching itself at me, only to be yanked back by chain. It snarled as it rose to all fours. Now that it was closer into the light, I could fully see its eyes. Its piercing, emerald green eyes. As I stared into those captivating green eyes, all sound seemed to fade away until I could only hear my heart pounding wildly in my chest. My mind flashed back to the photos of my grandpa and Jade, how her eyes had also been emerald green, the exact same emerald green. I stood there shell-shocked for what felt like ages when Tom roughly grabbed a hold of my shoulder and spun me around.
"You got questions, kid. I suppose I got answers. Go wait for me upstairs."
His thick southern drawl hung over his words like a fog. Finally, I broke out of my trance-like state. "What is that thing?" Tension filled the air. Tom eyed me flatly, not giving away a single emotion on his blank face.
"She's..."
He trailed off, trying to find his words before starting up again.
"Listen, kid, I promise I'll answer all your questions, but just go wait upstairs. She ain't been fed in days, and I promised my brother I'd take care of her."
"Papa knew about this?" I started loudly, before I was cut off by a shrill howl from the creature. Tom aggressively threw his pointer finger at the stairs, indicating for me to leave the room. Weighing my options, I decided to listen and stepped over towards the stairs. I looked back at Tom just as he slammed the door shut. I made my way through the long hallway that connected the east end of the house with the central hallway. I looked at the markings on the wall, where Papa had liked to measure mine and May's heights for the first few years he'd had us, when we were still young enough to enjoy that sort of thing. I laid my hands on the grooves in the wall. The house that had been my home for the past 10 years now felt alien to me, like I was trespassing in a stranger's dwelling. Questions swirled around my mind. What the hell was that thing? How long had it been there? What the hell were those journals? But above all, there was one question haunting me the most. Just who exactly was my grandfather? I sat impatiently at the kitchen table for several minutes until I heard Tom make his way up the stairs. Without looking at me, he went to the kitchen sink and began thoroughly washing his hands. He sat down across from me and finally met my gaze. For some reason, I looked away sheepishly. Silence filled the room, and I jumped when he reached into his pocket and slapped down a few of the journals I'd found. He folded his hands on the table and leaned back, still saying nothing. Throughout my life, I'd never gotten to know my great-uncle very well, despite him only living 20 minutes down the road. As far as I knew, he was a very smart man. I knew he'd made quite a career for himself, working as some sort of military contractor, weapons development, or something like that. Tom had never gotten on well with Grandpa, only speaking to his older brother on rare occasions, and he spoke to May and I even less, regarding us with sheer indifference whenever he was around. His disinterest in us had always stuck with me, but now I finally seemed to have his attention.
"How much of these you read, kid?"
he asked curiously. "Some. Not much," I replied vaguely. "Is that her down there? Jade?"
"Nah, not for a long time now. That down there is what's called a failed experiment. During the war, the unified powers were trying to create a super soldier of sorts to fight on the front lines. Almost did it too, until the US developed the atom bomb and threatened to use it. Brought things to a tidy, neat close. After the war, we confiscated the British and Korean research and—"
"Stop screwing with me," I suddenly shouted as I pounded my fist down on the table. "There was no war in the 50s where we fought the British, so stop screwing with me and start telling me the damn truth, or I swear to God I'll just call the police and let them deal with you and that thing downstairs." I could feel my face growing red with anger. If Tom was surprised by my outburst, he didn't show it. If anything, he looked almost amused, which just served to piss me off even more.
"Right. I thought maybe you'd put it together by now. My brother said you was intelligent and all."
He pondered for a moment before going on.
"Kid, I don't reckon you know much of quantum physics. String theory? Einstein, Rosen, Bridges. Ringing a bell in that hot head of yours?"
It wasn't, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of telling him that. "Get to the point." He smiled in a not unkind way.
"Over here, Einstein and Rosen theorized that we were surrounded by microscopic wormholes that could theoretically traverse one through space and time. Neat theory and all. And they actually got most of it right. The distinction between most and all, though, is found in the actual function of said wormholes. Instead of simply connecting to a different point in space or time, they connect to different points in time, space, and realities."
I wanted to yell again, to tell Tom what he was saying was insane, but I held myself back, mostly because he seemed to be confirming what I had begun to suspect. He paused for a moment, sensing my indecision to protest his words. Once he was satisfied that I'd stay quiet, he went on.
"You get what I'm saying? Each of these bridges connect to different realities, different universes. Some are similar to yours, ours. Some
aren't so much. They all start the same way, with a big bang, and they all have the same fundamental laws of physics because of that. But at some point, they all go ahead and diverge. You still with me, kid?" He paused for a moment, as if to get confirmation from me. "They have some event that does or doesn't happen, and they all progressively get more different. Me, your mama, Jade, and my big brother Justin. We're from one that's pretty close to this one, all things considered. Far as I can tell, divergence happened in 1678 when America split off from Britain almost 100 years before they did here. Somehow, through a series of cause and effect, that event culminated in a different world. My world, where technology was pretty damn far ahead of what it is here, amongst some other things, like wars being fought on different schedules with some different players involved. People there are different, too, more intuitive." My mouth hung wide open at this point. This was insane. "You said was. What do you mean technology was pretty far ahead?" I asked suspiciously. "Well, I was getting to that. After the war, we confiscated their research. Turns out they were using a strain of man-made virus to infect people and alter people's DNA, turning them into stronger and faster things. I was just barely out of college when they brought the virus into the paramilitary facility I landed a job at. It should have been destroyed. It's unnatural changing a human body like that. Eventually, virus did what viruses do, and it got out. It infected people. It mutated. It started changing people way past the initial scope of the project, turning them into mindless beasts. It spread like a damn wildfire. Within a matter of weeks, the whole world was either turned or eaten. Travels through fluids, so most bites will do the trick. That's what happened to poor Jade down there. I didn't know she was infected until after we got here, and I never would have let her come otherwise. I've wanted to put her down for the last 40 years, of course, but my brother refused. Unable to part with the love of his life. God, we used to argue about it, but on his deathbed, my big brother begged me to take care of her until I couldn't. And of course I couldn't deny an asking like that, could I? So here we are, kid. I get to keep her alive, because to not would be spitting on my brother's memory." Upon finishing, Tom laid back in the chair and nodded towards me, as if to indicate that it was my turn to speak again. I was still unsure of what to believe at this point, but in my heart I felt like what he was saying was true, however improbable. "Prove what you're saying is true. Show me," I demanded. "Your grandmother downstairs ain't enough for you?" He gave a sharp laugh before standing up from his chair. "Come on, then." Tom started walking out the back door that led to the yard and forest beyond. He beckoned for me to follow, and we hastily made our way into the crisp winter air. I was led to the back end of the property, where my papa's tool shed sat. Although we never had any reason to enter it, Papa had always kept it locked, citing theft concerns. Now I know that wasn't the only reason. Tom entered the combination to the lock and swung the door open to reveal the shed's rather unimpressive contents. Tools layered the walls along with cobwebs, and dirt coated the floor in a thick grime. It was clear no one had been in here for years. Going to the back corner, Tom began tapping around the floor with his heavy boot, listening closely as he did so. Suddenly, he grabbed a crowbar from the wall and began prying up floorboards. "Come help me with this," he commanded, and I quickly stepped over to him and saw a large cube-shaped brown safe had been revealed under the floor. It was probably about 2 feet tall and 2 feet wide. I felt another pang of betrayal at yet another secret my papa had hid. The safe was deceivingly heavy, and it took us a couple minutes to fully extract it from the floor and up onto the work table. Without me needing to prompt him, Tom entered in a combination and the safe swung open. Tom began carefully removing its contents. First, there was a picture of who I assumed to be my papa and Tom with their arms wrapped around each other's shoulders, both young children. They were in New York City. I only knew it was New York because of the twin towers in the background filling up the skyline. Next, he pulled out a wallet and removed several dollars of different denominations from it. The catch, though, was that these dollars were blue and had the faces of men and women I'd never seen before. I inspected them closely, and they certainly felt real. After that, he pulled out a revolver that belonged in a sci-fi movie. I don't know how to explain it, but when Tom lifted it up, it almost became alive. It morphed around his hand.
Neural interface. Designed this myself, actually,
Tom said, as the gun morphed back into its original form. He set it down carefully. At this point, I had to say I was pretty convinced. But the next item he pulled out shred any modicum of doubt I may have still been harboring. Tom pulled out a large sphere that swirled with cosmic colors. Just by looking at it, it was clear that this was an alien object. I watched as it turned blood red at Tom's touch, and then swirled to a cosmic purple, and then a deep ocean blue. I reached for it, and Tom gripped my hand painfully.
Don't touch this. Touchy and volatile to begin with. Might have gotten worse after all this time.
I looked at him quizzically. That's what got you here, isn't it? He nodded very seriously. And then my world came shattering down, because it was at that exact moment I heard an ear-splitting scream echo across the yard from the house. My blood turned ice cold, and my heart skipped a beat. I recognized that scream. That scream belonged to my sister. Without thinking, I grabbed the revolver sitting on the table behind me and sprinted towards the house, ignoring Tom's calls after me. As I burst through the back door, I immediately recognized the unmistakable scent of blood. I heard a soft cry from the hallway leading to the basement and quickly turned the corner to see my twin sister collapsed against the wall. All around her was a pool of dark red blood that led down the hall to the basement. As I got closer, I realized the true horror of her wound. Her arm from her elbow down had been torn completely off. Shreds of skin hung loosely over the wound as it poured a seemingly endless fountain of blood. Tom arrived behind me then, letting out a sharp gasp. It seemed nice. My arm, Aaron. It took my arm. It seemed nice. She weakly croaked out as I knelt down next to her. Shh, you're okay. It's gonna be okay, I said in an attempt to be calming, even though my voice was shaking and cracking as I watched my sister bleed out. I pulled off my belt and began tying a tourniquet as I screamed for Tom to call an ambulance.
No point, kid. She ain't gonna die. She's gonna turn. We can't let her,
he said softly. His face still conveyed little emotion, but I thought I saw something like sadness flash in his eyes. Ignoring him, I pulled out my own phone and called 911, giving them directions to my house before hanging up. I looked back at May and saw her eyes had rolled back into her head. She looked so pale. Save her. Please. I looked at Tom. tears now streaming down my face. He looked down at the ground before responding,
"Kid, I hopped universes to get away. There ain't no cure. My facility came the closest before I left, but we were still weeks, months away. We were getting overrun. She won't bleed out, but she's gonna go into a coma and start changing. Couple days, more if she's lucky, less if she ain't."
I felt a rage boil through me as I grabbed the gun and sprinted down the basement steps.
"Aaron, no!"
Tom bellowed after me as I bolted into the room that held the creature. I slammed the door shut and locked it as Tom's body pounded into it on the other side. I felt a new wave of red-hot anger as I turned and saw the creature gnawing on my sister's arm. It paid no attention as I leveled the revolver at its head. I felt the cool metal morph around my hand. It was an odd sensation, but I felt the neural interface working and somehow knew the bullet would find its mark. With a simple thought, the gun blew a hole the size of a quarter through the head of the thing that had once been my grandmother. No sound, no recoil. The creature howled, and I shot again and again and again. Finally, it collapsed on the ground, dead. Tom was still pounding on the other side of the door, and as I opened it, he came crashing inside and looked at me with a fury I'd never seen before. He took a step towards me, but I leveled the gun at him, and he stopped in his tracks.
"You gonna shoot me? I swore to my brother I'd keep her safe, but now look what you gone and did."
I took a deep breath and steadied my breathing as I continued to aim down my great uncle. I had a plan, albeit a shitty one. If I was right, I'd be able to save May. If I was wrong, I'd probably die for it. But I had to try. I had to try and save the only family I had left. I realized I could hear ambulance sirens in the distance, growing louder. I steeled my resolve. The time was now or never. You said it yourself, Tom. Your facility came closest to a cure. We need to go there. You're taking me there. The anger in Tom's face disintegrated instantly, replaced by pure terror.
"No,"
Tom whispered, his face now white as a ghost. The ambulance sirens were growing in volume. We had to go now. I wasted no time in pushing Tom towards the stairs, poking the gun barrel into his back.
"Aaron, you need to stop this. I can't go back. You have no idea what was happening when we left. We'll die."
Tom's voice was almost whining as he pleaded to me. We crossed from the top of the stairs into the threshold of the hallway, and I was shocked to see May's arm had stopped bleeding. She was now laying down in the pool of blood, her long dark hair soaked with crimson. Her breathing was short and shallow, and her eyes were open but still turned into the back of her head, the whites of them facing into the ceiling. Seeing her in this state was painful, and it took everything I had not to stay with her. The only way I could help her now was to keep going with my plan. I shoved Tom through the hallway and out the back door towards the shed. His begging had turned into stoic silence. Neither of us said anything as we approached the shed. Every few feet, I had to shove him forward as his feet dragged along, the only sound being the shrill sound of sirens, louder each second. I looked back towards the house, the front road and driveway not visible from this angle. If I had to guess, they were going to reach the house any second now. My hope was that the ambulance would rush May to the emergency room, and there the doctors might be able to slow down the virus and buy me some extra time. I stumbled into Tom as he froze like a statue in the driveway and began to speak.
Kid, there's something about all this I haven't told you. The device, it can't correctly account for temporal variance. It was just a prototype and it never got figured out. You hear me? I'm saying I don't know what year will be coming out, and if against all odds we make it back, I don't know what year it will be here. We got here 5 years after we left in my world. I don't even know for sure if this damn thing still works, and if we'll be going to the right place. You need to stop this before you get us both killed.
I considered Tom's words for a moment. If what he was saying was true, then this whole thing could be less than hopeless. But he could just as easily be lying to avoid going back to his world. "I'll take our chances," I told him, shoving him the rest of the way into the shed. The orb was still sitting on the work table, now devoid of any color other than the opaque, milky white that seemed to signify the off mode. Tom stood there, not moving a muscle. "I am not going to say it again, Tom. I will shoot you right now to save her. You might be a coward who's willing to let May die, but I'm not. I won't. I don't want to hurt you, but you need to take us there now," I exclaimed. Now I could hear voices coming from the house. It wouldn't be long until first responders and police were swarming the property. Tom let out a resigned sigh before picking up the device. When he did so, it came to life and swirled with a beautiful shade of orange that reminded me of a cloudless sunset. Foreign symbols suddenly appeared around the orb, and Tom began tapping them in a sequence. When he seemed to be done, Tom turned to face me. He stood staring at me for a moment before looking back at the orb and tapping a few more symbols. Tom removed his hands from the orb, and to my amazement, it hung there, suspended in mid-air.
"Last chance, kid."
I forcefully dug the gun into his back. Tom said nothing and placed a finger onto the orb and gave it a quick spin. The orb swirled with color and began to spin faster and faster until it became a blur. The air pressure in the shed changed and a heat began to emanate from it. The temperature of the room quickly rose.
"Stand close, kid. When you feel yourself go, expel all the air from your lungs. It ain't fun, and it hurts real bad,"
Tom told me. I inched slightly closer to the spinning orb, but the heat coming from it felt like it was searing my face. I was beginning to sweat now, and still the orb seemed to spin impossibly faster. A roaring that came everywhere filled my ears, and I felt dizzy. I thought I could hear Tom praying, but the deep roaring was so loud I wasn't sure. Suddenly, every atom in my body screamed with pain. It was like someone was sticking every single bit of my body with white-hot knives and twisting them for good measure. I screamed. My vision started to fade to black, and I exhaled deeply. And then falling. But it wasn't falling through the air, just falling through nothing. A void. The pain stopped as quickly as it had come, and a sensation of peace filled my being. Blissful nothingness continued. It just went on and on, falling through an infinity of nothing for eternity. Maybe it went on for seconds, or minutes, or days, or years. Maybe it never happened at all. I remembered where I was, what was happening. I attempted to breathe, but it was like trying to breathe underwater. The calmness that had come over me was replaced with a panic. Finally, just as I thought I'd suffocate, I could feel a breeze gently flowing by me, and I opened my mouth to gulp in the cool air. Impact. My head bounced as my back collided into the ground. The gun I'd been holding was knocked out of my hand, and the world faded to black. Sometime later, I regained consciousness and felt a sharp pain where my head had collided with the ground. I opened my eyes and could see a sunny blue sky above me. The sky seemed a brighter blue than normal, actually. Slowly, I turned my head over and realized that I was lying in the tall grass of a meadow. Surrounding it, there was a thick forest of trees. I sat up, still struggling to take full breaths. Fortunately, though, it didn't feel like I'd broken anything. Looking around, I saw Tom lying face first in the tall grass a few feet away from me, and the orb sat on the ground between us. "Tom?" I asked. My heart began to race as he didn't respond. "Tom?" I asked again, urgency beginning to fill my voice. I pushed grass out of my face as I crawled closer to him. I flipped him over on his back and began shaking him to no response. Dread began to set in. There was no way I'd be able to survive here without Tom. If he was dead, well, then so was I, and so was May. Suddenly, he groaned and his body shifted slightly. He was alive, thank God. Relief flooded over me as his eyes snapped open. "Jesus, I thought you were dead," I said as I helped him sit up.
"Might as well be,"
he muttered.
"We'll both be dead within the day."
He narrowed his icy gaze at me, and I began to reply before I was cut off by a loud animalistic howl in the trees at the far side of the meadow, followed by what sounded like running. Tom and I both froze as a gargantuan horse the size of an elephant burst from the trees into the far side of the meadow. I remembered seeing the photo of my papa riding one of these creatures.
"We bred them to be much larger here,"
Tom commented as the horse galloped away. Something wasn't right, though. What spooked it? I wondered aloud. As if on cue, 3 humanoid creatures came crashing into the meadow on all fours, bounding after the horse. My heart sank as I immediately recognized them to be the same type of creature as Jade. These were much larger, though, and seemed to be in much better shape. They howled gleefully as they closed in on their prey. Tom threw his hand over my chest and brought us both back against the ground, trying to hide in the tall grass that surrounded us. He looked at me and brought a finger to his lips, indicating silence, as if I dare make a sound right now. We heard the screams of pain that could only be the horse getting caught. It called out in agony for several minutes. I felt terrible, but there was nothing to be done. After what felt like forever, the horse's cries finally stopped, and then only the sound of tearing flesh was left. Just as I started to think that maybe I'd make it out alive, my phone began to buzz in my pocket, and my morning alarm chimed through the air. I had 2 thoughts at that moment. The first was that at least half a day had passed since we left. The second was that I was going to die. Right now. Tom looked at me with a mix between fury and terror, and my hands fumbled as I attempted to silence my phone. After several long seconds, I managed to stop the alarm. I turned my head towards where the creatures had been, and to my dismay, all 3 stood straight up and motionless, staring at me. Their faces were soaked in blood, and they had a ravenous, predatory look in their eyes. The tallest of them was easily over 9 feet tall, and I cringed as its brown eyes met mine. It opened its mouth in a twisted version of a smile to reveal its long, yellow canines. Suddenly, it began to scream, followed by the other 2. The sound was horrid, but just as suddenly as it started, It stopped. It snapped its jaw shut, got back down on all fours, still staring at me. "Aw, shit," I heard Tom say from behind me. At the sound of Tom's voice, the creatures began sprinting towards us with impossible speed. Their skin bulged with dense muscle as they bounded towards us, thrilled with the notion of fresh prey. I had to agree with Tom. Shit. From movies and TV, I've always heard that your life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die. Time supposedly moves down to less than a crawl, and everything you've ever experienced runs through your brain at lightning speed, maybe as the universe's way of rewarding you for a happy life, letting you live it all one last time, or punishing you if you've lived a bad one. In my case, as the mutant creatures sprinted towards Tom and me at an impossible speed, time did move down to a crawl. However, instead of my entire life replaying, my only thought was of my sister, May, lying mutilated and unconscious on the floor of our house, awaiting her inevitable transformation into one of these creatures that was now going to end my life. The creature closest to me had its mouth open, and I could see its long canines were stained red with blood. It was only about 30 meters away now, and I knew outrunning it would be hopeless. But still, humans were the product of eons of evolution, and buried deep inside of all of us is a survival instinct that kept us alive throughout history, and will keep you fighting until the very end, even against insurmountable odds. Even against 3 impossible monsters whose only purpose is to kill. I jumped up and faced the creatures. "Run," I said to Tom. Glancing over, I saw he was already booking it for the tree line. I didn't have time to see whether he made it though, because the closest mutant had closed the distance to me. As it lunged towards my neck, I attempted to dive out of the way. By mere inches, I managed to avoid the creature's teeth, and my body slammed into the ground, knocking the air from my lungs. With no time to react, I felt my body being violently hoisted up by my arm. My shoulder ripped out of its socket with a sickening pop as the mutant dangled me in front of its face. I screamed in agony and fear as it brought my head closer to its mouth, which was opened unnaturally wide. Hot, putrid breath filled my screaming mouth, and I could see bits of flesh dangling between its teeth. Behind the one that held me, I could see the other 2 had reached us and were circling us in excitement. Tom was nowhere to be found. Acting on pure instinct, I did the only thing I could do. I pulled my head back, and then with all the force I could gather, I smashed my forehead into the creature's long nose. It was like slamming into concrete. Blood began to pour down my head, and I saw stars. However, my headbutt had done the trick. The creature let out an annoyed yip and tossed me away from it, sending me careening through the air. I landed face down on the ground, sending yet another wave of pain through my body. Blood filled my mouth and gushed out my likely broken nose. Using my good arm, I began to crawl. I felt my hand come into contact with smooth metal, and despite everything, I gave a small smile. A faint sliver of hope started to grow in my mind as my fingers closed around the gun that I dropped when we first arrived. Forgetting the waves of agony that shredded through me every time I moved, I flipped my body over and sent a bullet straight at the mutant that was now towering over me. The bullet ripped through the top of its mouth and exited out its long nose, but it didn't kill it. Instead, the mutant screamed as it reared back to land a blow on me. Before I could shoot again, The creature's head exploded, and the sound of what seemed to be thunder cracked through the meadow. Its body dropped lifelessly in front of me. The other two creatures howled at this and glared at me with vicious hatred. Another deafening boom split through the air, and the mutant closest to me had its arms and the majority of its torso blown away. Although they were probably 20 feet away from me, I felt hot blood and bits splatter across my face. Before I could understand what happened, the other mutant began to sprint away towards the trees, completely forgetting about me. Again, a boom sounded, and the mutant's leg nearly tore off, only held together by strings of flesh. The creature fell forward and rolled, letting out a terrified scream as it began frantically pulling itself towards the tree line. Finally, one more boom rang out, and the mutant dropped dead as a hole the size of a dinner plate appeared in its torso. For a moment, there was an eerie silence that filled the area. I was alive. "Tom? Tom?" I called out. My voice sounded harsh in the total silence, and blood filled my mouth, making it difficult to speak. The world came alive again as several dark gray figures materialized from the tree line. My heart jumped at the thought of more of the mutants entering the meadow, but I was quickly relieved once I recognized them to be human. My vision was blurry from pain and fatigue, but they seemed to be wearing dark gray body armor with helmets that covered their faces. They were distinctly military and almost looked like stormtroopers. I would have laughed if I hadn't almost just died. There were about 20 soldiers or so, and most of them were holding what seemed to be gray assault rifle versions of the pistol that I still held in my hand. But two of them were holding what looked like a cross between a cannon and a sniper rifle, with a large folding tripod attached to the fronts. Those must be what had made the thunder sound. As the soldiers were closing in on me, I could tell they were saying something, but I couldn't quite make out what. They stopped several yards away and raised their guns at me. "Put your weapon down now." I realized I was still holding the pistol and dropped it to the ground. They kept their guns leveled at me and began to move closer before abruptly stopping again. "Blood on him! Medic up front!" the lead soldier called out in a female voice. I noticed she had a black stripe down her shoulder pieces. Shit, I'd completely forgotten about the creature's blood hitting my face when the soldiers had killed it. Terror began to rip through my body as I remembered what Tom had told me. It spreads with fluids. I was pretty sure none had gotten in my mouth or eyes, but it had all happened fast, and I couldn't be positive. "On it." One of the soldiers moved forward from the back. As he approached me, I noticed he was carrying a small duffel bag. The soldier knelt down in front of me, tossing my pistol back towards the others, who were still pointing their guns at me. He opened the bag and removed a small case, which he then flipped open. Inside was the largest syringe I'd ever seen, filled with a faintly yellow liquid. Now, I consider myself a fairly brave person, but there's something about needles that have always screwed with me, and this needle was gigantic. I'd been silent up until this point, but I'd be damned if someone was just going to jam me with a needle without my permission. "What the hell is that? No way!" I yelled, desperately trying to pull away. The soldier didn't respond, and instead I felt his fist collide with my jaw, knocking me to the ground. Putting all his weight on me, he dug his elbow into my back before I felt the needle pinch into the base of my neck. In my pitiful state, there wasn't much I could do to fight back. As quickly as it happened, the soldier was off of me, and I laid there in the grass, breathing heavily. "He's clear, ma'am," announced the soldier that had stuck me with the needle. It dawned on me that I may have just been injected with a cure. My mind raced at the possibility of using it for May. I noticed the soldiers had started to fan out a bit and were inspecting the meadow and bodies of the mutants they'd killed, although a few had stayed with their guns still on me. I turned towards the soldier that seemed to be in charge. "Thank you for saving me. Please, did you see another man here? My great uncle was with me, and..." She held up a hand to cut me off. "Colonel Braddis of the NUSR. We picked up an energy signature from this location. Tell me what happened here," she commanded in an authoritative voice. I opened my mouth to talk before closing it again. Despite saving my life moments ago, she didn't seem as though she wanted to help me. I had a strong feeling that I shouldn't be too open with her about my origins. "Don't make me say it again," she said in a sinister tone. Before I could think of a convincing lie, her attention was drawn away from me and to another soldier. "Ma'am?" I turned my attention towards the soldier and saw with dismay that he was picking up the orb. The colonel stared at it for a moment before removing her helmet and handing it to another soldier. I couldn't see her face since her back was to me, but short blonde hair covered her head. She stared at the orb for a few more moments before finally turning around to face me, a ravenous smile plastered across her face. Now that I could see her, I would have considered her pretty if she wasn't so damn terrifying. She was probably late 30s, her hair almost a goldish white that I don't think exists in my universe, and her eyes were a light amber color that bore into my being. "Now, just where did you get that?" she asked in a clearly fake, sweet voice. I kept my mouth shut, and her fake smile was replaced by a quick flash of anger before she went on. "If you'd believe it, I used to have one of these before it got stolen. Someone took it from me before leaving us all to die almost 10 years ago. He took a few people with him, and I just keep wondering where they all got off to." I kept my face as emotionless as possible, returning her angry stare with what I hoped was equal intensity. Though I'm sure it wasn't, seeing as how screwed up and broken I was. She considered me for a few more moments before switching back to her overzealous grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as she continued on in her fake sweet voice. "Let's start over. You said you were looking for someone, right? Your great uncle? I think he and I might have a few things to talk about." As I kneeled in the meadow, gun to my temple, I wondered how everything went to shit so fast. Then I just remembered that my whole life was shit and everything made sense. Colonel Braddis began shouting towards the trees again. "You have exactly 10 seconds to show yourself before I turn this young boy's brains into jelly. 10, 9... I winced as the soldier pointing his rifle at me dug the barrel into my temple. Once I'd refused to tell them where Tom was, only because I didn't know, they dragged me into the middle of the clearing and started this shit. 8, 7, 6... I wondered if Tom was even still around. 5, 4... I wondered what it was like to die. Maybe it was just like hopping universes, an endless bliss of nothing. 3, 2... Forgive me, May. 1... Just then, I heard Tom shout from somewhere amongst the tree line.
"God's sake, Helena, he's just a kid,"
Tom called out as he emerged from the forest, hands high in the air. Helena? Tom knew this lady? Honestly, I was surprised he came to my rescue, seeing as I'd threatened to kill him if he wouldn't take me here just a bit ago. Colonel Braddis's eyes widened as the rest of the soldiers converged on Tom, forcing him to his knees. She approached him with awe, and the soldier with a gun to my head dragged me along. My body screamed in pain from all the injuries I'd sustained. I truly can't believe my eyes. Tommy, is that you? It is you, ain't it? Tom Lanson in the flesh. She gave what looked to be an actually genuine smile. You got old, Tommy. Tommy? What the hell? Colonel Braddis approached Tom and gently placed her hand on the side of his face. Neither of them said anything for a moment, and it was clear a lot of unspoken words were exchanged. Tom seemed almost embarrassed, while the colonel looked unmistakably sad before noticeably becoming angry. Finally, Tom opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Colonel Braddis's gentle touch, becoming a harsh blow to his face. She struck him again and again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, the colonel raised a hand to her ear, and I noticed she had a small earpiece in. She listened intently for a moment, and then began barking orders at the soldiers. The ones not securing Tom and I bolted into action and began packing everything up. She turned back to Tom, who began to speak. I never meant for it to happen like that, Helena. You know I... Colonel Braddis held up a hand, and the soldier closest slammed the butt of his rifle into Tom's head. He collapsed forward onto the ground and let out a long moan. All this time, and still nothing but empty lies, Colonel Braddis spat. You took something that belonged to me. You tried to kill me. We don't have time anyways. My pilot just tagged a horde of them things coming right at us just a few moments ago. As much as I'd love to watch you get torn to shreds, I don't think the higher-ups would be too happy. Just then, I heard the purr of a rapidly approaching engine. I stared in awe at the hovercraft making its way over the meadow. It was shaped like an oblong spaceship, with a huge whirring fan on its belly and two more jutting out from the back. As it began to land on the other side of the meadow, legs extended from the craft's body, keeping the whole thing a few feet off the ground. One side of the craft was open and had no door, similar to what you'd see on a military helicopter. The soldiers flew into motion, quickly packing up those cannon weapons and dragging Tom and I into the hovercraft. I yelled and held back tears as my still dislocated arm was yanked in front of me and thick metal cuffs were slapped on my wrist. Rows of seats with windows lined the inside, with an open pilot's compartment in the front. As they loaded me up, I glanced into the pilot's area and was surprised to see it looked fairly straightforward, with only a touchscreen and steering unit. I was shoved into a window seat opposite the opening in the craft, behind Tom, just as inhuman howls permeated through the trees. The soldiers froze for a moment before jumping back into action. If I thought they were rushing before, they were in overdrive now. The howls of the creatures were getting louder and more numerous. I suspected dozens of them were nearby. Even with the weaponry these soldiers had, it was far too many to fight. From my spot in the craft, I could look out the opening and see the soldier tasked with securing the orb. It was the medic who had injected me with a syringe. He dumped some of the medical contents of his duffel bag on the ground, desperately trying to make room for the orb. The sound of the mutants was becoming deafening, and he was moving frantically. His hands were noticeably shaking, and he was having trouble with a caught zipper on the bag. The first of the mutants cleared the tree line, and Colonel Braddis started screaming at him from the entrance of the craft. The soldier grabbed the still open bag and began running as fast as he could manage. For a moment, he seemed like he might make it, but the bag was bouncing wildly as he sprinted, and the damn orb bounced right out of the bag and onto the ground, rolling a few feet away. Colonel Braddis started shouting obscenities at the men inside the craft, and a few of them jumped out and opened fire on the creature closest to the medic. They downed it, but several more had entered the clearing now.
The medic dropped the bag and grabbed the orb, continuing his sprint towards us. The hovercraft began to rise, and Colonel Braddis turned her fury towards the fearful pilot, demanding that he stop the ascent. He began arguing with her, and they exchanged some angry words before the colonel pointed her gun at him. The pilot angrily slammed a button on the touchscreen, and the craft's ascent halted. A few more men jumped out and opened fire, but the mutants were flowing into the meadow now. The man carrying the orb was moving fast, but still 30 feet away or so. It was clear he wouldn't make it. One of the creatures took a leap and sailed through the air, landing directly on top of him. The orb went careening away, landing with a dull thud. It must have been sturdier than its glass-like appearance made it seem, because it sat unharmed where it landed. Though it was quickly engulfed by the startlingly close herd of mutants charging towards us. The colonel was still shouting. The rest of the soldiers who had jumped out to help the medic were trying to reboard the craft, but the pilot had begun to raise the craft again and had taken it a little too high for them. 3 of them jumped for the opening and began to heave themselves inside. Mutants leapt in the air towards the craft and grabbed a hold of 2 of them, dragging them back down to the ground. Their screams as they were eaten alive echoed through the air. The 3rd soldier was slightly luckier, or so I thought. A mutant had jumped through and bitten his leg clean off instead of dragging him back down with it. Another soldier pulled him inside the craft before Colonel Braddis promptly shot the wounded man through the head. A look of disgust filled her face, and she used her foot to push him back out the opening. She smiled when she saw my horrified expression. All my serum is down there with my medic. We were about 20 feet in the air when a particularly large mutant made a bounding leap for the open door that was thankfully opposite of me. The craft lurched violently as the front half of the mutant landed inside, scrambling to find purchase. It dug its long claws into the side of the soldier closest to it, the same one who had pulled in his friend. The soldier began screaming before Colonel Braddis used her pistol to put several bullets through the mutant's head. Its lifeless body slid back out, dragging the still screaming man with it. As the craft gained altitude, I was able to see just how wrong my assumption of the mutants' numbers were. There weren't dozens entering the meadow like I'd assumed. There were hundreds. A sea of writhing gray and yellow, all climbing over each other. And somewhere down below in all that was the orb. My only way home, my only way to save May. We flew in silence. Every time I tried to speak, I was met with a hard hit from the soldier next to me, so finally I just stopped trying. Colonel Braddis was on the other side of the craft, staring at me, looking furious. Fortunately, my seat had a window which gave me something to look at, other than her scalding gaze. For a while, we flew over a forest that seemed to stretch on forever. After about an hour, we began to approach a city, and I was again reminded of how much farther along this universe had been. Apart from regular buildings and skyscrapers, this city boasted a futuristic highway system with shiny tunnels creating a maze between it all. Once we got closer, I could see just how well and truly destroyed this place really was. Buildings and skyscrapers were crumbling, windows shattered everywhere. The long tunnels intertwined through the city were blown apart and missing sections everywhere. Dead vehicles and rubble littered the streets, scorch marks covering almost every surface. The smell of death filled my nostrils as we passed over it all. Packs of the mutants could be seen roaming the streets, their howls floating up to the craft as our pilot weaved us through the city. It was desolate. This world was dead. I heard soft crying from in front of me, where Tom was sitting, as he watched the scenery below. I felt a pang of regret. Coming back here and seeing all of this had to be painful, if not outright traumatizing. More than that, I was the one who forced him back here. I couldn't see him well from my seat, save for a small opening between his seat and the wall of the craft where part of his hand was visible. He was hunched away from the soldier next to him. I wasn't sure, but he looked to be holding a pen, scribbling on something. We began to approach what looked like a military compound on the outskirts of the city. 40-foot tall, mile-long walls surrounded a spattering of buildings. I could make out more soldiers along the top of the walls with those portable cannons, and thunderous cracks sounded as they opened fire on any of the mutants who got too close. I wondered if this was a constant way of life. Had these people really been repelling the mutants day in and day out for years? How did they not run out of bullets or food? Along the side of one of the walls were big letters reading New United Syndicate for Reclamation. I guess that's what NUSR stood for. The craft touched down on a large helipad in the middle of the compound, and I could see more people walking to and from the buildings. Once the engine stopped, Tom and I were forcefully pushed outside the craft. We landed in a heap, and I screamed as Tom's weight landed on my dislocated shoulder. I was in so much pain, I almost didn't notice Tom shove his hand inside my back pocket. Soldiers hauled us to our feet, and I tried to catch Tom's eye, but he stared silently at the ground, unwilling to give away anything. After aiming their guns at us, the soldiers ordered us to face towards the hovercraft. On the shiny surface of the metal craft, I was able to get a look at my reflection. I wish I hadn't. My nose was clearly broken, slanted very sharply. Large cuts filled my face, and dried blood was painting the entire front of my body. I was unrecognizable at this point. Too busy studying my hideous reflection, I barely noticed Colonel Braddis shoot the pilot through the head as he exited the craft. His body landed inches away from my feet, and I jolted in surprise. The soldiers were still training their guns at us, and I didn't dare turn around, but through the reflection of the metal, I could see Colonel Braddis close her eyes and pinch the bridge of her nose in frustration. She waved her hand, and a few soldiers grabbed the now dead pilot and began dragging him off to wherever they drag off dead people in this screwed up place. "Find me a new pilot, please," she told one of her men, who promptly hurried off. "One that follows orders," she added. Colonel Braddis ordered me and Tom to turn around. Most of the soldiers had cleared out, and only a few remained with their guns aimed steadily towards us. Further away, I could see a soldier and a few people in lab coats had stopped to stare. One of them, a woman with long dark hair, locked eyes with me, and concern filled her face. She finally looked away when the soldier began ushering them forwards towards a large gray building. Colonel Braddis snapped her fingers in front of my face twice. "Me. Look at me. Next time I snap, you die," she said in a very serious tone. I nodded. I knew she wasn't joking. She took a deep breath before speaking, this time addressing Tom. "Despite everything, I really am happy to see you, Tommy." She paused for a moment. "But I'm more unhappy about having to leave the bridge back there and losing so many men. I'm not as patient as I used to be. I'm out of time, and I'm gonna need answers from you. Tell me you understand." "You were ever patient?" Tom didn't miss a beat. The colonel let out a shrill laugh, and then she turned her pistol towards me and put a bullet through my injured shoulder. Agony sliced through me, and I dropped to the ground. Maybe due to shock, but I was unable to even scream. Tears filled my eyes, blurring my vision. Colonel Braddis scratched her head and began again, this time using that disgusting fake sweet voice from earlier. "It's been so long, and I just can't believe you'd talk to me like that."
Not long enough.
Tom's voice was dripping with venom.
I should have killed you when I had the chance. You know why I left you here to die? Because your head is broke, so damn broke that even I can't fix it. I couldn't have your vileness infecting a whole nother damn universe that's innocent.
Colonel Braddis simply nodded, as if getting confirmation on what she already knew. Tom looked down at me, with sadness in his eyes.
I hate to say I told you so,
he said with a wink.
Good luck, kid.
Colonel Braddis once again fired her gun, this time right into Tom's temple. My great-uncle's lifeless body dropped to the ground in front of me with a thud, eyes open and unfocusing. Blood pooled out from the hole in his head. "Someone find me a new medic, too. Make sure this kid don't bleed out," Colonel Braddis shouted. As people rushed to save my life, the true gravity of my situation began to sink in. I was so far in over my head, it was laughable. Tom was dead, and I surely wasn't far behind. My sister was going to turn into a monster and quite possibly be patient zero for a mutant apocalypse on my world. I had completely and totally failed. Despite the excruciating pain I was in and my severe blood loss, I began thrashing against the hands on me. I launched every single threat and insult I knew at the Colonel, and she just stood there unfazed, wearing an amused look. The only thing that made me eventually stop was when someone stuck a needle into my neck and my world faded to darkness.
I'll give you 2 minutes,
Papa said with a sad smile, setting down his flowers and walking back towards the car. May put a comforting arm around me as I stood awkwardly in front of our parents' graves. I leaned into her and wiped the tears from my face. May was only 9 minutes older, but sometimes the difference felt like years. It was always her taking care of me. Exactly 1 year had passed since they died, and the pain hadn't subsided at all. Most nights I still woke up crying in a cold sweat. Then I'd hear a knock on my door, and May's soft voice asking if she could come in. We shared a wall, and my sleepless nights meant she wouldn't sleep either. We'd sit on my bed and just talk about anything, something, for hours. Finally, I'd be able to fall back asleep, and she'd slip away back to her room. They left. I choked out through tears. May leaned her head into mine. "I know. What if you leave too? I'll never leave, I promise. But you need to wake up, Aaron. Wake up." My eyes snapped open, and for a moment there was nothing but bright, blinding light. At first I had no idea where I was, and I tried to make sense of what was happening, but my mind felt sluggish, like it was moving through molasses. I knew the dots were there, I just couldn't connect them. "He's awake," I heard a voice from off to the side. My vision finally cleared, and everything came together once more. I took a look around and saw I was in a white room laying in a hospital bed. I was wearing a hospital gown and noticed my folded clothes sitting on a small table next to my bed. Someone must have washed them, though, since they were no longer red from all the blood. To my side, I saw a woman in scrubs tending to an IV that led into my arm.
My arm that was cuffed to the metal rail of the bed. I jolted upright and yelped as I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, now held in a sling and covered with bandages. Oh, right. That crazy bitch shot me. I just spent hours reconstructing that shoulder. Don't you dare mess it up again. The doctor scolded me. Fix that pretty face of yours, too. You're gonna feel out of it for a while. I had to use some pretty strong painkillers. Reconstructing bone and tendons, it's nasty stuff. Takes a lot. You must be pretty important for the colonel to use all of these resources on you. Staring at the doctor, I realized she was the same woman wearing a lab coat that I'd seen when we first landed, before Braddis had shot me and killed Tom. Don't know why she would. She's the one who shot me, I muttered angrily. Oh, you mean the colonel? No, I'm not talking about Helena Braddis. The doctor spat the name with disgust. If it was up to her, I would have cauterized your wound with rusty metal and woke you up with a bucket of cold water. Colonel Fenway is the one who gave the order. He's in charge here. From what I could tell, he wasn't very happy with Braddis either. You'll get to meet him soon. He's on his way over here right now. The doctor's words surprised me. From what I'd seen, Braddis had been unchallenged in her authority, other than the dead pilot. The possibility of her answering to someone hadn't even occurred to me. The door to my room hissed and slid open to reveal a man in plain clothes who I assumed to be Colonel Fenway, followed by 2 soldiers in body armor. One of the soldiers carried a chair and sat it down next to my bed. If you could give us the room, Tara, Fenway told the doctor, who quickly exited. He pointed at my restraints, and one of the soldiers produced a key and unlocked the cuffs, and then they too left the room. I wasn't sure what I was expecting the colonel to be like, but Fenway wasn't it. I guess I just thought anyone who could keep someone like Braddis on a leash would be more. What stood in front of me was an incredibly unassuming man. Looking to be in his late 40s, Fenway wasn't very large, a little on the shorter side, and pretty skinny. Not bone thin or anything, but not muscular in any sense. Still, maybe it was in the way he carried himself, but something about the man commanded my attention, my respect. Fenway grabbed the chair and sat a few feet away from me, clasping his hands together before beginning to speak. I'm Colonel Fenway of the New United Syndicate for Reclamation. Your name is Aaron? Fenway held up my wallet, producing my driver's license from it. I nodded. Aaron, I'd like to start by apologizing for how you've been treated by Lieutenant Colonel Braddis, and I want you to know she's been punished. We're all under a lot of stress here. I laughed. Tell that to my great-uncle. I'm sure he'll feel a lot better. Oh, wait, he's dead. Fenway sighed. Braddis is harsh, but effective. Sometimes a necessary evil in times like these. She's been punished. You have my word? I don't want to talk about your great-uncle, though, and you look like a man with a story, Aaron. I'd love to hear it. Fenway seemed genuine, and I decided that this could be my only chance to achieve what I'd come here to do. I proceeded to tell Fenway absolutely everything. I didn't mean to, but the man got my whole life story. How May and I had been orphaned, how my grandfather had also eventually died, how I discovered the mutant in my basement that attacked May and forced Tom to take me to this world. All the while, Fenway sat there, listening to every word. When I'd finally caught up to the present, Fenway started to speak. You see, I knew Tom Lanson. He was brilliant. And 13 years ago, he worked here as a part of Project Kronos. The purpose of the project was clear. Harness a Tesla Fermi bridge to climb through the fabric of space-time. Time travel in layman's terms.
They were on the precipice of achieving it too, before the world went to shit. Fenway paused, gauging my interest. Satisfied, he began again. Once it became clear that no cure was possible. But isn't there one? I interrupted. I got injected with something after some of their blood got on my face. The serum you were injected with will only halt the process at whatever stage it's at. Hard to make, and it has to be used quickly after injection. Nothing more than a half measure, I'm afraid. Anyways, once the world went to shit, the project became everything. Eventually they realized the Tesla Fermi bridges weren't just portals into time, but also universes. Still, though, it didn't matter. It was a way out, a lifeboat in all of this. Fenway waved his hand around. We identified 3 possible universes we could escape to: Beta, Charlie, and Zulu. Obviously, if we had kept analyzing the data, I'm sure we could have found more, but time was short and we identified 3 candidates we were reasonably sure had timelines similar enough to our own. During this, the scientists working on it had their families moved into the compound. In Tom's case, it was his brother, sister-in-law, and their little girl, your mother, I presume. A promise of their safety as motivation to continue the project, complete it, and they would be allowed to bring their families. But it was a cruel lie. You see, at maximum occupancy, the bridge creates a field to cover around 200 people, and its power is not limitless. Within that orb is an experimental antimatter reactor, and with the world the way it is, we have absolutely no way to get more antimatter. 3 trips at most, 400 people in total. The scientists and their families would never be allowed to go. Only the most elite of the elite would have a ticket. Tom, being the smart man that he was, put 2 and 2 together. I don't blame him for what he did, though. I probably would have done the same thing in his shoes. One night, he and his brother snuck into the facility and killed the entire project security team. The only one that lived through the attack was Helena Braddis. I never knew if it was because her and Tom were friendly, or if it was because Tom was a lousy shot. They took the bridge, crashed an armored car through the main gate, and escaped into the city with his brother's wife and their girl. 2 days later, our satellites detected gamma rays emitted from the reactor, and we knew Tom was gone. 10 years later, we detected them again when you arrived. Throughout Fenway's recounting of the story, I'd listened intently. It felt amazing to finally understand everything, to put all the puzzle pieces together. It felt even better to know that if I could get back home with some of that serum, maybe I could still save May. Fenway, as if reading my mind, brought those hopes crashing down in spectacular fashion. Aaron, my men were able to recover the bridge from the meadow you arrived at, and are on their way back here right now, but I can't send you home. Fenway reached inside his jacket and produced a ripped piece of fabric with symbols scribbled on it, and I recognized it to be a piece of Tom's coat. We found this in your back pocket. These symbols are the identifiers for Universe Zulu, what I assume to be your home universe. If you enter these into the bridge, it'll take you there. I realized what Tom had been scribbling on the flight over here, which he must have then shoved in my pocket when he fell on me while exiting the hovercraft. Tears filled my eyes. Despite everything I'd done to him, he'd been thinking about me, doing his best to make sure I could still get home. 3 trips, Aaron. 3. Fenway handed me the piece of fabric and went on. The bridge has been used twice. 1 trip left. Your sister has been infected, which means she might infect the rest of your world. One trip left, and I can't risk going somewhere with more of those damn things. What would you do in my position? Sacrifice the safety and futures of 200 people? Good people. I will let you come with us to Beta as thanks for returning the bridge, but that's all I can do for you. I was about to start arguing when the two soldiers who'd been waiting outside suddenly re-entered the room. Sir, they've returned with the bridge. Fenway looked at me again. I'm truly sorry. I hope you see what I'm doing as necessary, Aaron. I'll be back for you once. Yet again, someone had their brains blown out in front of me. It was really starting to get old. One of the two soldiers had just shot the other and was now pointing his gun at a shocked Fenway and me. Colonel Braddis has requested to see you both. Fenway reached for the pistol on his hip, but froze when the soldier aimed the rifle at his head. I need you to hand that over, sir. A coup? Fenway asked incredulously. Think very, very carefully about your next move, Connell. This won't go the way you think it will. I promise you that, Fenway told him matter-of-factly. Connell apparently didn't care, since he ignored Fenway's words. He turned his attention to me. Get dressed. I removed the IV from my arm and slowly stood up. I instantly became lightheaded, and my legs collapsed beneath me, probably from all the meds they'd pumped me with. Fenway tried to help me to my feet, but I angrily shoved him off me. He'd been pretty kind to me, but his refusal to let me return home still had me fuming. I had to remove the hospital gown and get dressed in front of them both, which was a somewhat awkward experience. Unslinging my arm and getting it through my shirt was a painstaking endeavor, but I didn't hurt quite as bad as I expected. Whatever they had done to fix my shoulder was working quick, and it was healing much faster than medicine in my universe would have allowed. Connell pointed towards the handcuffs that had previously been tethering my arm to the hospital bed and instructed me to place them on Fenway. I guess Fenway was seen as the bigger threat between us. Probably true. Fenway, for his part, kept trying to convince Connell to give this up, but I knew he was wasting his breath. If this man was following someone like Braddis, killing for someone like her, that meant he was a fanatic. Couldn't be reasoned with. Connell ushered us out of the room into an empty hallway. At the end of it was a pair of doors that led out into the courtyard of the compound. As we walked, I could see rooms on either side filled with scientific equipment that went way over my head. As we neared the end of the hall, gunfire could be heard from outside the doors. At first, I just assumed it was mutant-killing cannons from atop the walls, but as we got closer and I could see through small windows in the door, I realized what it was. Fenway and I froze, staring out at the carnage taking place. Outside, a full-scale firefight was taking place. All over, soldiers from the ground were using their rifles to shoot up towards the soldiers manning the walls, and the soldiers up there were returning fire with their cannons. A dozen yards away, a group of soldiers were running towards our building, carrying another whose leg was missing below the knee. I watched as they approached, and a round from a wall cannon exploded at their feet, sending them all flying. Smoke and dust filled the air, and I instinctively ducked as bits of flesh sprayed against the window. I was definitely going to need therapy once all this was over. From behind me, the sound of pounding footsteps erupted, and I whipped around just in time to see someone barrel into Connell. Connell's rifle went flying out of his hands, and the two landed in a tangle on the ground. Connell quickly emerged on top, however, and he sent a flurry of powerful fists into his attacker's face, which prompted several shrieks of pain. As Connell pulled back to deliver another blow, I was shocked to realize his assailant was my surgeon, Tara. For some reason, I couldn't help but notice that although I had initially thought Tara to be a decade my senior, now that she was changed out of the doctor's scrubs, it was clear she was probably only a few years older than me. The stunt she had just pulled was pretty badass too. I know, not the time or place. Fenway wasted no time. He delivered a powerful kick to Connell's temple, causing the latter to roll off of Tara. Dropping to the ground, Fenway pulled the chain of his handcuffs under Connell's neck and began strangling him. Connell scrambled to escape and began desperately trying to dig his fingers under the chain. When that wouldn't work, he reached his arms back to attack Fenway's face and managed to land a few deep gashes on his cheek. "Why?" Fenway screamed down at him. He gave just enough slack in the chain for Connell to choke out an answer. "She promised me a spot." Enraged, Fenway began slamming Connell's head into the ground over and over. He continued long after Connell's face had turned to a bloody pulp. The man was certainly dead, but Fenway continued until Tara let out a pained moan. Fenway gave a look of concern and finally dropped the lifeless body to the ground and used Connell's keys to uncuff himself. He began checking over Tara, who'd managed to pull herself a few feet away. Her eye was badly swollen, and her nose was leaking blood, but she seemed okay, all things considered. She'd live, at least. "Aaron, help her get up. We have to—" "No," I interrupted. Fenway looked at me, and anger and annoyance filled his face as he realized his mistake. While he'd been dealing with Connell, I'd picked up the dropped rifle and was using my good arm to point it at him. "I am going home," I said slowly to emphasize my point. "I'm going home. I'm gonna save my sister, and I'm gonna forget about this damn place." "Take a look outside, Aaron. How do you think you're gonna do that? If Braddis wins, do you think for a second she's just gonna hand over the bridge and let you be on your way? If my men win, do you think they'll just let you go after shooting me?" Fenway pointed to a security camera above us, showing that everything happening was being recorded. "I am your best chance to survive right now. Your only chance." I frowned. I hated to admit it, but Fenway was right. But I also couldn't just give up the only leverage I'd had in my entire time on this stupid planet. "Then we go to my universe. I don't care if you don't think it's safe. That's the only way you live right now. You give me your word that you'll let me go home. That's your only chance to survive right now." I truly don't know if I actually could have shot Fenway in that moment, or if it was just a convincing bluff. Luckily, I didn't have to find out. Fenway cursed and thought it over for a moment. "Fine, we'll go to your universe. You have my word." He could just have easily been lying, but Fenway didn't strike me as the type. I handed the rifle to him and helped him lift Tara to a sitting position against the wall. The bleeding had stopped, but she still seemed a little out of it. Fenway and I made our way back to the windows to get a better look at the battle still raging outside. According to Fenway, it seemed that the 100 or so soldiers fighting from the ground were loyal to him. The remaining few dozen soldiers manning the wall had been trained under Braddis and were hers, though she herself was nowhere to be seen. The couple staircases leading to the top of the wall had been barricaded as well, and any attempt to approach them by Fenway's men was quickly met with a barrage of cannon rounds. Luckily, both sides seemed to be ignoring the housing building, which according to Fenway contained all of the soldiers' families. Instead, most of the fighting was focused further out towards the helipad. The hovercraft returning with the bridge and Fenway's men was attempting to land, but whenever it started to descend, Soldiers from the wall would fire their cannons at the ground beneath it, forcing it back into the air. Fenway's men were attempting to provide cover fire, but every time they'd show themselves, a cannon round would blast them apart. It's smart. I have the numbers, so she made sure she'd have the high ground and superior firepower. Fenway pointed towards the hovercraft. There's another helipad on top of the wall. She knows the craft won't have much fuel left after the trip, and they're trying to force it to land up there. That way they can take control of the bridge. I bet you anything Braddis is waiting up there too, so she can use it as soon as possible. That's probably why she didn't have Connell just kill us. She doesn't know how to operate it, so she needs one of us to. So, you got a plan or something? I asked skeptically. Or something. Fenway's plan was shitty, but when I told him so, he had just asked if I had a better one. I didn't, but that still didn't make his plan any less shitty. Since most of the fighting had centered around the hovercraft on the other side of the compound, that meant there were only a couple on the end we were near. The two soldiers were clearly focused on the battle, which meant that Fenway, Tara, and I were able to use the buildings as cover and approach them undetected. With expert aim, Fenway fired 2 rounds in quick succession and dropped both the soldiers instantly. Fenway wasn't too happy about Tara coming along in her injured state, but she had recovered her senses and quite forcefully stated she wasn't staying behind. I was pretty shocked she was so willing to argue with her superior, and even more shocked that the colonel relented. Ultimately, though, I'd seen weirder since arriving here. Fenway had explained that on the other side of the wall were 6-inch thick metal sliding doors, and between those doors, the wall was hollow, sort of like an airlock. Inside, the compartments there were also maintenance entrances that led to the wall's top surface. With the men on the walls not shooting them, the mutants will be starting to pile up out there. I'll use my override code to open the outer door for a moment and then open the maintenance doors. We'll just let a couple get in. They won't be expecting it at all, so I bet they get the majority of Braddis's people. At the very least, they'll cause a good distraction. And if more than a couple get in? I'd asked, to which Fenway said, they won't. Like I said, it was a shitty plan. And if they get loose inside the compound? I'd asked, to which Fenway had just said, they won't. As we approached the large touchscreen on the wall, Fenway gazed up and cursed. The crew in the hovercraft seemed to be finally giving up, and they were floating it towards the helipad on the wall. Voice authorization required, the touchscreen announced. James Fenway confirmed. Tango Charlie Foxtrot. Fenway continued rattling off his code. When he was done, I heard a hydraulic hissing sound coming from the wall, and immediately my ears filled with the sound of howling mutants. I shivered, knowing the only thing between us was 6 inches of metal. After seeing what they could do, it didn't feel like nearly enough. Fenway slammed a red button on the screen, and the hydraulics hissed again before most of the howls were cut off. Now, only a couple snarls could be heard from within the compartment. Fenway touched another button, and we heard the maintenance doors slide open, and the creature's snarls dissipated as they made their way inside the wall. We waited a few minutes and watched as the hovercraft descended before getting obscured by the wall. Should be long enough. Let's go, Fenway said. He opened the front gate of the wall and gestured towards the dark maintenance entrance inside the now empty compartment. Shitty plan. Fenway took the lead, followed by myself, with Tara bringing up the rear. Somehow Fenway led us through the pitch darkness, and as we blindly moved up and through the wall, I began to wonder if the mutants had ever reached the top. Maybe they were still inside here with us, waiting in the shadows to rip our throats out as we walked by. From far off, an inhuman howl rang out, and I jumped back into Tara, almost sending us both tumbling. Luckily, she caught us and without a word grabbed my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Soon after, we heard the sounds of screams mixed with inhuman howling. The mutants had made their way to the top and were hopefully decimating Bradis's soldiers. As we reached the top, we could see the metal hatch leading to the surface was torn to shreds. Fenway told us to stick close and peeked his head through before motioning us to follow into the daylight. We emerged into a blood-filled nightmare scene. Body parts and unidentifiable pieces of flesh covered almost every surface. Deep claw marks lined the floor beneath us. A few 100 feet or so down the wall was the helipad, and I could see 2 mutants laying waste to the soldiers above the wall. On the ground, Fenway's soldiers were using the chaos up here to regroup. They began dismantling the barricades, but it was slow work. On the helipad, the few who remained of Bradis's soldiers were desperately trying to fend off the mutants, but up close like this, they were too quick. We ducked down and watched as they were quickly sliced to shreds. After a moment, they seemed to lose interest though, and began sprinting along the wall towards a few more of Bradis's men who were making a break for it. Luckily, away from us. "I don't see Bradis anywhere," I whispered to Fenway as we cautiously approached the helipad. "Maybe they got her," he responded. I had to hold back a chuckle. That'd be way too lucky. It wasn't long before I was proven wrong, though. Recently, I daydreamed about shooting Helena Bradis quite often, so I'm slightly ashamed to admit that I was actually pretty disappointed when we found her dismembered head lying on the ground next to the hovercraft. Her mouth was frozen open in an endless, silent scream, and her eyes were wide. A few feet away, the rest of her body lay on the ground, still clutching a metal case. I quickly snatched the case and opened it to see the milky white orb sitting inside. I hugged it to my chest. This was a great plan. Fenway walked towards me and bent down to examine Bradis's head and body. With a look of disgust, he grabbed the head by her short blonde hair and chucked it over the wall. "Good riddance," Fenway muttered before turning to look at me. His eyes grew wide, and he immediately raised his rifle to aim at something beyond me. Without looking, I knew the 2 mutants were returning, because of course they were. I turned around and saw 2 giant blurs of gray hurtling towards us at an alarming rate. Fenway began firing, and he managed to drop one before the rifle clicked empty. He threw the weapon down in disgust before drawing his pistol. "Get behind me, Aaron." Shitty plan. Boom! A deafening roar cracked through the air, and the mutant's arm evaporated. However, the thing barely seemed to notice and continued bounding towards us. I turned around to see Tara holding a blood-covered cannon. She fired again, and this time the mutant's head exploded. "Didn't think he'd need this anymore," she said, gesturing towards half a body on the ground some distance away. She gave me a small smile, which I weakly returned. She was really kind of badass. The rest of Fenway's men had finally broken through the barricades, and the colonel quickly snatched the metal case out of my hands. I began to protest, but in an instant he had handed it off to another soldier. "Major, gently take this and young Aaron here to my office, immediately. Don't let either out of your sight, and keep Aaron in the hall with you until I arrive." About 3 hours later, Fenway had finally arrived with Tara, and the 3 of us entered his office while the major stood guard outside. "My apologies for the wait, Aaron. I had to make sure no more of the mutants were in the walls, and we had to round up the last of Bradis's traitors." "Did you kill him?" I asked. "Do you care?" Nope. Fenway grabbed the metal case and opened it, placing the bridge down on the desk between us. Tara had randomly started crying, and I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, feeling awkward. Fenway gestured towards her, and she placed a syringe full of the mutation-halting serum next to her. "Go save your sister, Aaron." "You're ready to leave?" I asked. Fenway smiled, but his eyes revealed sadness. "Apart from a trusted few, my people think the bridge was destroyed in the battle. There's hundreds of people here, Aaron, more than could ever make the trip. I can't make the choice of who comes and who gets left behind. I can't abandon them either." Personally, I figured saving some would be better than none at all, but who was I to argue with a man? I also just wanted to go home. However, I do have one very selfish condition, Aaron. My daughter's coming with you. She deserves more than life behind these walls. Fenway looked towards Tara, who wiped away a few tears. "Your daughter?" I said in surprise. It made sense, though. "Deal. Let's go." I smiled. A nice, big, full smile that felt like the first time I'd smiled in years. As I input the symbols Tom had written down for me, the orb began to fill with a brilliant neon green, strands of cosmic purple lacing through. I remembered my great-uncle's words and told a nervous Tara to make sure she breathed out all the air in her lungs. She nodded, and when I was done, I gave the orb a small one-fingered push, the same way I'd seen Tom do. It started to spin faster and faster, and I prepared for the excruciating pain that would come next. As I left this nightmare behind, I had only one thought in my mind. Hang on, May. I'll be there soon. Little did I know, I was only trading this nightmare for another. Consider the concept of infinity. It's jarring, something so abstract that our brains can't count it or even properly imagine it. Go ahead, try. You can't, can you? Because whatever your imagination conjured up to represent it isn't enough. That's the thing. It doesn't make sense, yet it exists everywhere. If you take the numbers 1 and 2, getting from one point to the other is easy. Start at 1, end at 2. 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's easy. It makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the infinity between the two numbers, because between 1 and 2, there is indeed an infinity of decimals. So many that you, your children, and your children's children could all count for the rest of your lives, and you'd never even get close because it's infinity. Nevertheless, the infinity starts at 1 and ends at 2. Simple. Brain-numbingly complex. Now that's what I call a paradox. Beginning, end, start, finish. 2 points, infinity between them. I think somewhere in one of those small yet endless infinities is me. I started counting from 1 to 2, and I can't stop. Can I reach the end that I know has to exist? If I just keep counting, will I get from 1 to 2? Can I stop myself from ever counting to begin with? Falling through the void was slightly different this time. I'm not sure how to explain it, but this time around it felt like maybe I was just more awake, more conscious of what was happening. I remembered the roaring had filled my ears, followed by the all-consuming pain, and Tara had clutched my hand as we screamed in agony. I could no longer feel her grip, but somehow I knew she was still close. The peaceful bliss filled my soul, and I fell through an endless void for an infinite amount of time. Yet, somehow, it was only an instant. Finally, I felt the movement of air and remembered how badly I need to breathe. I gasped for breath, and icy air filled my lungs. I heard thunder and felt rain colliding with my body. Remembering what had happened on my first trip, I threw my good hand behind my head just as my body impacted with cold ground. My head crushed my hand, but at least I wouldn't have a concussion. I laid there for a while, motionless and staring up at the night sky that was dropping rain on my body. I flexed my hand that had been crushed. Felt like it would be bruised, but at least nothing was broken. It was freezing, but just knowing that it was my earth made it feel amazing. I smiled. "We made it, Tara," I finally said. "Welcome home." Upon receiving no response, a sense of unease came over me. I called out for Tara again, still hearing nothing back. I sat up and finally took a look around. Fenway had told me that the bridge should take us relatively close to where it was last used, and I was relieved to see he was correct and that I recognized the surrounding area. I was about 10 miles from home, laying in a field behind the highway that shoots through town. I knew so because down the road a bit, a streetlight lit up the sign for the same exit I used to take to get to high school. All things considered, I wasn't too far off course. My relief was short-lived, though, as I still couldn't locate Tara anywhere. I pulled out my phone that had somehow survived my trip into hell with some battery life to spare. I was annoyed to see I had no service out here, which meant I'd have to walk a bit or try to flag down a car for a ride. Using the flashlight app on my phone, I began searching for Tara in the surrounding area. There was nothing but grass around me. After a few minutes, I was still unable to find her, and I was starting to get seriously worried. Not only was I worried for her safety, but she'd also been carrying the syringe of serum for May in her bag. I tried to calm myself. I'd felt Tara in the void with me, and I knew she was close by. After a few more minutes of fruitless shouting, I spotted a pickup truck coming around a bend in the highway. I decided to try and flag it down and ask if they could use their brights on the field so I could get a better look. Odd conversation to have with someone, but worth it to find Tara. As I started to lightly jog towards the road, a knot began to form in my stomach, and the sense of unease I felt started to grow. Soon, the wrongness of this began to fill my thoughts, not just about Tara either. This was somehow deeper than that. I tried to shake it off and began waving my phone light at the truck. It was dark out, so they'd certainly see the bright light. To my annoyance, they didn't seem to be slowing down at all, though. In fact, they were actually going pretty fast for this windy stretch of road. This isn't right. I saw the lights of another car coming from the other direction and figured if the truck wouldn't stop, I could always try to flag that one down instead. I was still a little bit away from the road when the truck came around the bend and its headlights lit up the flat stretch of highway in front of me. My heart dropped when I spotted the unconscious form of who could only be Tara lying right in the middle of the road. The driver must not have seen her because they were still coming down the road at full speed. Not only that, but the truck seemed to be drifting within the lane ever so slightly. Holy shit, this guy was going fast. I broke into a dead sprint, wildly waving my flashlight at the oncoming vehicle, screaming my head off. I was screaming Tara's name, but still she didn't move. The sedan on the other side of the road was approaching now as well, and beginning to slow down, likely seeing Tara's body in the road. I glanced over at the car and realized something about it was vaguely familiar, like it was a small piece of a puzzle from a forgotten dream. If they could see Tara, How the hell could this asshole in the truck not? The truck was practically on top of Tara now. There was no time to drag her out of the way. The only thing I could do was run into the middle of the road and flail my light around like a madman. If I could survive murderous mutants from a hellish universe, playing chicken with a speeding pickup truck was child's play. At the last second, the driver veered sharply, and I heard the sound of brakes squealing. But it was raining, and the roads were wet and slick. Instead of regaining control, the pickup truck flew off the road and into the grassy median. It didn't stop there. The pickup truck popped out of the median onto the opposite side of the road before once again swerving. I watched on helplessly. It can't correctly account for temporal variance. Tom's words echoed through my mind, and suddenly I knew what was happening, why everything felt so screwed up right now. It was impossible, yet happening all the same. Instead of continuing in a straight path that would have dispatched him safely in the field on the other side of the highway, he turned the steering wheel again to try and stay on the highway. They left. I know. Right before the pickup truck collided head-on with the small sedan that had come to a halt, for an endless moment, its headlights lit up the inside of the car. He blew a .22, and I saw two people inside, their faces contorted into terrified screams that would haunt me for the rest of my life. My heart shattered into a million pieces as I watched their lives end. Two people that I missed very much. Two people I was certain I'd never see again. Two people whose graves I'd been visiting for the past 10 years. A chilly fog enveloped me as I stepped out of my rental car and walked up the steps of the modest diner. It'd been a while, but I remembered the place well. Papa used to take May and I here every Monday night for dinner. Getting through a Monday deserves a reward, he'd always say. I smiled at the memory. Hearing the door chime open, the same sweet 50-something waitress that was always here hurried over before leading me to a small booth. For the life of me, I couldn't remember her name until she told me it was Delilah. That's right. Delilah took my order, banana pancakes and sunny side eggs, May's favorite. She turned and took a few steps before stopping and looking back, a small smile on her face. "Hun, do I know you from somewhere? You sure look familiar," she asked, slightly unsure. I scratched the thick facial hair that now covered my face, along with a few extra wrinkles. "First time here, actually. I'm just passing through. Guess I just have one of those faces," I said, returning her smile. Apparently content with my answer, Delilah left to relay my order to the kitchen. She returned with my meal several minutes later, and as I sat there eating, I couldn't help but think about that night, a little over 10 years ago now. The front of the truck, much taller than my parents' small sedan, had impacted their windshield and was sitting on top of the sedan now. Pieces of glass and metal covered the area, and plumes of smoke were rising from the front of the truck. I was frozen, unable to process. The terrified faces of my parents flashing through my mind again and again. "Aaron? What happened?" I heard Tara groggily ask from behind me. She'd finally woken up. The sound of her voice finally broke me out of my paralysis. Without responding, I dashed over to the wreckage, to the passenger side where my mom had been sitting. The window was shattered, and the door was horribly bent. I peered through the opening where the window had been, and immediately wished I hadn't. I couldn't see my father due to the truck now inside the car, but my mother's body was horribly mangled, blood and exposed bones everywhere. Her head was crushed up against the side of the car, and her neck twisted at an impossible angle, so she was facing me. Her pale blue eyes that looked identical to May's were still open, but not seeing anything. I bent over and emptied my stomach onto the ground, and sobs racked my body. My eyes burned as smoke from the truck filled the air. Smoke. My heart dropped as I recalled another memory. My parents' bodies hadn't been unrecognizable due to the crash alone. No, the reason we had to have a closed casket funeral was because of the fire that came afterwards. A desperate cry escaped my lips. "Mom." I began trying to get the door open using my good arm. It was badly bent and jammed shut, and no amount of pulling would open it. I kept trying, though, unwilling to let the rest of history unfold. I removed my other arm from its sling, and despite the shooting pain it caused, I began using both arms to try to free the door. It didn't move an inch. Tara had reappeared beside me now, trying to drag me away. I pulled away from her grip and screamed for her to help me. "We have to go. This whole thing's about to go up," she yelled, urgency filling her words. I kicked the car in frustration. Smoke was burning my eyes and nostrils, and fire was beginning to dip out from beneath the hood of the truck. I grabbed what was left of the window frame and began pulling frantically. The pieces of glass still lining it dug painfully into my fingers, and blood trickled down my hands. I didn't care. "Aaron, he's unconscious, but breathing. Quick, help me get him out." I turned to look at Tara, who had opened the truck's driver's side door. "Let him burn," I said back. Tara gave me a look of disappointment before trying to move the man's body herself. I once again began trying to open the door before catching my hand on another piece of glass. A long gash opened in my palm, and I cursed. I couldn't change what was going to happen. "I'm so sorry," I whispered as smoke poured out from the sedan. It was so thick that I couldn't even see my mom's face anymore. I looked back to Tara, who had barely managed to move the man at all. Without a word, I walked over to her, and together we carried the man from his car over into the field next to the highway. I remembered him from the trial. 34-year-old Zachary Thomas. After Zachary had apparently called in the accident himself, police found him drunk and passed out in the field next to the flaming wreckage. He was on his way home from the bar. He said he'd swerved to avoid someone on the road. I remembered how his wife and kids sobbed as the judge sentenced him to 15 years. I unceremoniously dropped his torso, prompting Tara to lose a grip on his leg. Zachary hit the ground with a thud. Tara gave me a what the hell look, to which I only responded, "He's fine." I searched his pockets and produced a flip phone. After dialing 911 and telling them the location of the accident, I hung up and dropped the phone next to him. Tara and I quickly made our way around the cars now engulfed in flames and began walking back towards the field I'd arrived in. Tara grabbed her bag from the edge of the road, and as we walked through the grass in silence, the sound of sirens filled the night. "I heard you say Mom back there. Those were your parents, weren't they?" Tara said in a concerned tone. I didn't answer. Just as we reached the tree line, my foot bumped against something which rolled a few feet away. I bent down to inspect the object, and realized it was the bridge, though its milky white interior had been replaced with nothing but darkness. It looked plain now, ordinary, lifeless. 3 trips. Rage bubbled up inside of me, and I slammed it into the ground, expecting it to shatter. Instead, it did nothing but give a small bounce and remain completely unharmed. I picked it up and threw it into a nearby pine tree with every bit of force I could muster. Still, it didn't break, didn't even scratch. It just sat there, taunting me. So I tried again, and again. This went on for a few minutes while Tara watched silently. I finally collapsed on the ground, exhausted and panting heavily. Tara lowered herself to the ground next to me, and without a word wrapped her arms around me. I leaned into her, and I wept. We stayed like that for a while, me crying, Tara holding me. Eventually, I'd ran out of tears and finally realized how freezing it was. We were both soaked from the rain, and Tara was shivering against me. "Let's go get warm," I told her as I stood up, holding out my hand to her. "I have a whole world to show you." Tara smiled and took my hand. I guess I could have tried going home or to Tom's, but Tara and I were worried about the implications of potentially creating a time paradox. So, we opted to stay away. We had nothing, which meant life was hard at first, but we made it work. We survived, and then we lived. We built a life. Tara was a skilled doctor and just overall something of a genius, and I had knowledge of the future, which led to some interesting ways to make money. We bought a house on the other side of the country, by the beach. Some days, when we sat on the sand and stared off into the ocean, I could almost forget everything that had happened. Maybe we were only victims of circumstance, but eventually we fell in love and got married. I like to think it goes deeper than that. I'm sure of it. Of course, I missed May like hell, every single day of it. But loving Tara and being loved by her made it bearable. 10 years went by, and the day finally came. I opened my safe and removed the infection-stopping serum and a few other souvenirs we'd kept safe all these years. I gave Tara a kiss, telling her I'd be back in a week. She smiled her big, beautiful smile and wished me luck. I grabbed my bag and left quickly, using the excuse of being late for the rental pickup to explain my sudden departure. The truth was, I just couldn't hold in my tears any longer. You see, as far as Tara knew, in order to preserve the timeline, I was going to wait until my younger self and Tom left for the other universe. And then I was going to sneak in and give May the injection before the ambulance arrived. That way, everything would happen as it was supposed to. May would live, and Tara and I could continue our life together. We'd just keep counting from 1 to 2. That is not what I was going to do. I do truly love Tara, but thanks to me, none of this was the way it was supposed to be. I had to fix it. I decided I had to kill my younger self before I ever got the chance to set everything in motion. I'd never meet Tara, but she'd still be alive. My parents would live. May would be okay. And I should technically be fine too, right? I had to stop myself from ever counting in the first place. For the next few days, I made my way cross-country. Whenever I stop after a day's traveling, I've been writing these updates. I don't know if they'll keep existing after I'm done, but I just wanted someone else to know this story, for it to exist somewhere in the ether. It felt important. It was morning when I got to town and pulled into the hospital's parking lot. Clouds filled the sky, and I could see a fog beginning to roll over the town. Somber weather for a somber day, I guess. I sat down in the hospital room next to the sleeping old man. The cancer had progressed pretty far at this point, and I knew he wouldn't be waking up again. I laid my hand on his. "Hey, Papa. I've missed you so much," I said through tears. "You wouldn't believe the trip I've had." I watched him sleep for a while, before eventually I heard a familiar voice at the door. "Howdy. So how do you know my big brother?" I looked up to see my great-uncle, Tom, standing at the threshold with a polite smile on his face. I nervously rose to my feet, unsure of how to respond. I was good friends with his daughter. Excuse me, I was actually just leaving." I made my way for the door and stopped to look at Tom. "I'm so sorry," I said impulsively, which prompted a curious look from him. "For your loss, I mean." I gestured at my grandfather. Tom said nothing and continued to eye me. I slipped past him and reached the end of the hall before finally looking back. Tom was still standing in the doorway, staring at me and biting his cheek. Shit, had he recognized me? It didn't matter, though. I had only one place left to go at this point. May and my younger self would be getting back to town today. I remembered how I'd complained of being hungry, and May pulled into our favorite little diner. I finished my meal and stared out the window into the parking lot. Any minute now. I gripped the gun in my lap, feeling its cold metal under my fingers. I was so focused on waiting for May's car to pull in that I almost didn't notice the old man plopping himself down across from me. I looked over in confusion to see Tom sitting there, wearing a concerned look. "Call me crazy, but it seems like you might be considering something that ain't so smart," he said, with a gesture towards the gun in my lap. My jaw must have dropped because Tom just chuckled and said, "Close your mouth. You think I didn't recognize you the second I saw you, kid?" "Go home, Tom." I was staring out the window again because May's car had just pulled in. Tom clicked his tongue as he followed my gaze and saw my younger self beginning to exit the vehicle. I flipped the safety off on my gun. "Look, kid, I don't know what you think you have to do, but I do know that this ain't gonna go how you think it will. Let's go talk." Tears filled my eyes. 10 years waiting for this moment. "There's no other way," I said rather loudly, causing Delilah to jump and stare at us. "This is how I save them. Her. You. This is how I fix everything. This is how I stop the counting." Tom paused for a moment before calmly replying, "Counting? You're counting? I'm not sure exactly what kind of trouble you're in, but I have an inkling. You think you're stuck, that killing him is the only way out." Tom pointed out the window towards my younger self. When I didn't object, he continued, "But I don't think you really know what's gonna happen when you shoot that poor boy out there. Maybe you think you'll stop existing. You might. On the flip side of that coin, maybe you don't. Maybe all that happens is you kill the boy and get arrested for murder. My money's on the second one, but who knows? Let's just go talk, and if you still feel this way, you can come back and kill him later." I was shaking now. I glanced desperately back out the window at May and I crossing the parking lot. We were laughing at something, and it hit me again how much I missed my sister. I clicked the safety back on. 10 years. I left with Tom out the back entrance just as we heard May greeting the waitress. We snuck around front and hopped into my car. After we drove back to Tom's house, I explained everything that had happened leading up to that point, starting from finding the journals in my basement, ending with him seeing me at the hospital an hour ago. If he was surprised at any of it, he didn't show it. He wasn't even fazed when I got to the part about Bradish shooting him. The only time he raised his eyebrows at all was when I mentioned the part about my parents. At the end of it all, he leaned back in his chair and asked if I still had the piece of his coat with the symbols on it. I did, and I produced it from my bag, handing it to him. He held it up to his face and squinted, inspecting it closely. "Never was. I'm not your great-uncle, and that's not you that you were about to shoot back at that diner for nothing. You don't belong here." His words sank in. A typo. This was all because of a typo. One single damn typo. The last 10 years of my life were because of a typo. I began laughing uncontrollably. What a big cosmic joke my life was. I continued laughing before the insanity of it all set in, and then laughing turned into crying. Tom gave me and my antics a look of annoyance. "So, my parents in my universe? In Zulu?" I trailed off. "Oh, for God's sake, your parents were maybe killed because of another you. Or maybe they were just hit by a drunk driver who swerved. Maybe that event is the divergent event between the two universes. Who knows? Who cares? Either way, just get the hell over it and move on." I gave him a sharp look, but he just sneered at me before continuing. "It happened. Your parents died. My brother died. I died. People died. Some might have been your fault. Some were your fault. Some had nothing to do with you. What's happened has happened and will always have happened, and ain't nothing you gonna do ever change any of that. So stop worrying and crying about it. Get over it. Move on. And never mind that you also saved some lives. You couldn't care less." I opened my mouth to object, but Tom quickly cut me off again. "Do you ever hear yourself speak? I mean, what kind of narcissistic, egotistical, self-absorbed savior complex do you got going in that mopey head of yours to actually think this whole damn thing starts and ends with you? Who the fuck are you? You, me, all of us are just redundant cogs in a vast machine that's too complex for either of us to even begin to scratch the surface of comprehending. So get over yourself." I remember Fenway's little girl too, and you mean to tell me that she married you? Smart as a whip, but she must be a real-life, bona fide God-sent angel to put up with this shit. I can't imagine why you think you're so special, but no one gets to stop counting, kid. Not you, not me, no one. The only thing you can do is keep counting, and someday, before you know it, you'll reach the end." Tom's words felt like the verbal equivalent of getting rammed by a 10-ton truck. I was completely stunned. My instinct was to argue back, to yell at him, but I couldn't move my mouth. Probably because I knew he was right. "Anyways, you're completely missing the bigger point here. Tom said. I wiped tears off my face and met his eyes, which had softened considerably. I'm gonna send your whiny ass home. Tom's definitely not the type, not in this universe or the other, or for that matter, neither am I, but I couldn't help it. I threw myself into his arms and hugged him tight. I hugged him in thanks for finally freeing me from this nightmare. I hugged him to say I was sorry for what happened, even though it wasn't really him. I hugged him for all of it, and eventually, he hugged me back. Only for a moment, though, and then he shrugged me off. After that, Tom carefully calibrated his bridge so that the next time I activated it, it would take me back home to Universe Zulu moments after I initially left. I went to leave, but stopped just outside the door to thank him one more time.
Good luck, kid,
he said with a grin and a wink as he shut the door. So, here we are, everyone. As of right now, I'm sitting in a motel room with the bridge in my bag next to me. No way it's leaving my sight. I'm about to get a few hours of sleep before I drive the rest of the way home to Tara. Following my encounter with Tom, I called and told her everything, begging for her forgiveness. Bless my wife, because I barely even finished before she asked me when we were leaving. As soon as I'm back, if you're ready. Of course, I can't wait to finally meet May, she'd said excitedly. You'll love her, I said back. Wish me luck. If all goes well, and I have a feeling it finally will, then this will be my last update. Goodbye, people of Universe Sierra. Hang on, May. I'm coming. I'll see you soon. I promise. Hey everyone, remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and a special thank you to the author for this amazing story. It's always kind of bittersweet when you come to the end of such a great story. Make sure to check out more of the author's work in the description. I will definitely be watching what they do next. If you'd like to support me further, there's a link to my Patreon in the description, and as always, thanks for listening.